Well, good morning, everybody. Welcome to day 3 of the resource consent hearing. We've dedicated the morning, or the first part of the morning, to the remaining submitters who wish to be heard. Mr. McEwen is going to be first up. Hello, if you wouldn't mind taking a seat in one of these ones with a microphone, that'd be great. Just before I do, just the preliminary housekeeping about emergencies. Following staff down the stairs and out into the street and down Hagley Street to the Domino's Pizza place. And cell phones on silent, please. Thank you. All right. Now, Mr. McEwen, I have your submission in front of us. We have read your submission, so we are here to hear you talk to your submission point. So, welcome to the hearing. Yep. You just got to make sure the mic is green for go, the button. So because we're being live streamed, it's important to have the microphone going. So. That sounds right. Great. Okay. All yours.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Unfortunately, I just found out about 3 days before we went to Australia for a month's holiday, and hence my submissions, which I have provided to you, were as rushed. But I'm actually aware that the Porirua City Council found out in 2022 about this proposal, but as usual, the ratepayers find out much later. More's the pity. I have lived in the area for 43 years. My two main points are the height of the spire vastly exceeds the Porirua City Council bylaws, 38 metres to 8 metres. This is 27 metres larger than what the Porirua City Council building bylaws actually permit. And the current traffic congestion on Whitford Brown, and once the church is built, it is just going to compound the congestion. We in Papakauwhai have been talking to the council for over 15 years about traffic lights. It just gets pushed out and pushed out and pushed out. I was unaware that this was private land. I always thought it was part of the Gear Homestead. If it's private land, owners of private land, quite entitled to build and do what they wish on the land. It's private land and they own it. However, I wish that they comply with the Porirua City Council building laws. On a recent holiday to Pahia in Auckland in October, we drove on the Auckland motorway heading north, and on the right-hand side of the motorway is the Mormon Temple. And it clearly sticks out. The spire and the building is just out of proportion to the local surrounds. 100 years ago, churches and buildings needed a landmark for people to find that particular building, and hence spires and things like that. But now we have GPS, modern cell phones. We punch in the address and we can find it. We don't need a huge spire to find where we want to go. In all the documentation that came out from the council, from experts, there's one particular expert quoted part of my submissions as submission 60 verbatim, and then critiqued what I had said, and then he wrote to the contrary. I contacted him in Christchurch, and he had the courtesy to contact me back, and I do appreciate his time. And we had a discussion. I then explained to him what I'd wrote, why I had wrote it, and the circumstances behind what I had written, in that Porirua City Council has a poor reputation in dealing with natural disasters. Once I explained the situation to him and the flooding in my son's property at least 3 times over a few years, he then understood where I was coming from. And I said, in future, if any experts are actually going to critique submitters, it is a courtesy to contact them first to actually discuss it, and then you have both sides of the coin. Piano keys are black and white, you play them together, and then you get harmony. You don't just try to rebut what somebody is saying. Traffic. As I mentioned, 15 years we've been asking for traffic lights. Sometimes, depending on the time of the day, it can take me 15 minutes from Langwell Place, which is this end of Okowai, to get down past the lagoon to the traffic lights before I then can get on to Whitford Brown. It was even worse when the local cycleway was done with the traffic management system. Numerous comments on Facebook, just the traffic management system was useless. They sacked one firm and brought in another firm. This church is going to be 3 years in the building, which includes a retaining wall on the boundary to Whitford Brown. Again, I'd hate to see what the congestion for traffic is going to be. One of the experts in all the documentation mentioned about there was 3 churches in the Wellington area that had large spires, 2 in Karori and 1 in Tawa. They were built decades and decades and decades ago. I grew up in Tawa. The Catholic Church in Tawa is over 60 years old. That at the time was approved by the Tawa Borough Council, which is no more, and that was approved under the bylaws of the Borough Council at that time. We are now 60 years hence, and that the building should comply with the current bylaws of the Porirua City Council. There is the historic nature of the Gear Homestead area. Building the church with the size and the spire, it's actually going to diminish the historic nature. I read that there is to be removal of both trees on the church land, which is fine, it's their land, but also 21 trees on the Porirua City Council land to then build a retaining wall. The trees on the council land should stay. There's an application to the council. This again is destroying the nature of the area. As mentioned, we've been there for over 43 years. Those trees have been there the whole time. I don't know how old they are, but let be and let them stay. If you want a retaining wall, build it on your land and comply with the council rules. Don't build on other land. So there was the picture in the local Kapimana. This is the first which the ratepayers, or quite a number of the ratepayers, were notified of the church actually being built and that the submission dates. If the council's known about it for over 2 years, they could have advised the residents. The council's happy to send out our rate notices every 5 times a year. Just put important the notices in a newsletter so we can be informed, not wait on the Kapimana. The Kapimana is actually going to go stuff for cancelling 30 local papers. So basically, in a conclusion, as mentioned, it is private land. I've got no objection to the owners of the land building what they want. However, the council has a reason to have their bylaws and laws and legislation. Like all other ratepayers and other residents of Porirua, stick to those bylaws, build within those bylaws. As mentioned in my submission, there is countless ways that it exceeds with the height, with the gross floor area, with the earthworks, with the wastewater, with the light spill, and I also understand there's possibly up to 70 people who can live in the complex for various lengths of time. That's only going to add to the quantity of people in and out onto Okowai Road and then onto Wilfred Brown. And yeah, so no qualms about the building. I stick to the rules. I'm a ratepayer. I have to stick to the rules. My fence is 2 metres. I don't go any higher than that. That's about us wraps it up. So I thank you for your time. You have got a huge job ahead of you, weighing up both sides with due consideration to be made, both on the submitters and the applicant. I note there's quite a number of supporters to the church. I wonder, and it's not in the council documents, how many of those supporters are actually outside of the Porirua area. They may be taken off the list and just concentrate on people who live in Porirua, work in Porirua, and know the Porirua area. I'm unfortunately 66. I have lived all my life in this area, and I've seen it change considerably. But all I say is, stick to the rules.
Okay, thank you, Mr. McEwen. Just to clarify, did you say you lived in Langwell Place?
Yes.
Oh, right. And the road intersection where you believe there should be traffic lights is where Tweed Road hits Papakowhai?
Papakowhai Road intersects with Whitford
Brown, okay,
which is just below where the church is,
Yep.
because that's a congestion point. Unfortunately, when we shifted there was no Aotea. That was just hillsides, and that was part of my old running track coming down the hills on a farm. But the congestion, there's only 2 exit points from Aotea. They both come onto Whitford Brown, one at the top and one on the bottom. And that particular intersection at times is just hugely congested. Sometimes I'm stopped past the police college chalets on Tweed Road to then get down onto Papakowhai Road to get onto Whitford Brown.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions for Mr. McEwen?
Thank you for your submission. You talked about congestion during the construction period with traffic.
Yes.
Do you mean at that intersection that you were just talking about, or do you mean at...
Primarily on the Whitford Brown side,
Yep.
because we've had 8-9 months of the cycleway. I've
same.
contacted the council a number of times. I spoke to the SMTS or STMS person of how things can be done differently and better. Spoke to the council. Unfortunately for them, they don't know my past and where I worked and what I did. And they just took with respect, a dumb approach to setting up all the cones and blocking the roads. Things could be done a lot better than closing off a whole area for over a month, when they could have had a one-way traffic system so they could park a couple of utes at the side of the road and block everything off. There's a huge retaining wall to be built. If the council approves the trees to come down, the retaining wall is going to be bigger, which will then have the flow and effect for health and safety reasons onto Whitford Brown. So will Whitford Brown change from 2 lanes to 1 lane? So there's the flow and effect that is just going to bombard this particular area.
Sure. Thank you.
No trouble, thank you. And as I said, all the very best for the future.
Now, our next submitter, Ms. McKee, by Zoom. Oh, no, you're in person. Great. I'll update my schedule. Thank you. Right. Yep, you're all good to go. So, thank you. So you know the routine. So I'll let you speak to your submission. Thank you.
This one. Right, kia ora koutou. My name is Elizabeth McKee. I live in Whitby, Porirua, and this is my submission for today. I have previously made a submission that you obviously have read, and I won't be speaking to that because there's further points that I obviously want to cover, but that doesn't obviously take away anything of my previous submission, which would take much longer to go over. I put together really just a very small PowerPoint just so I could talk to those points, so it just makes it easier, and we've got some reference points as well. So if I can just start through, so the first one, where's this one? Do I just press this one? Yep. Mm-hmm. I'm pressing the foot, there we go. Awesome. Awesome. Okay. I know that Mr. McKeown mentioned this as well, and I think it was really where I wanted to start. It was the inequality of timeline. In reading the reports, and I see there's actually some people here of reports that I've actually read, of where this church was announced in April 2022 by the presidency of the LDS, and that the council met with them in 2022. So there's been a long time that you guys have had time to prepare what you want to write. As residents of Porirua, I learnt about this on the 18th of August this year, which is the date of my submission. I sat up till midnight and got it written, so it was in time. So I would love to have had the time that has been afforded to the applicant to be able to respond to the reports, to the information, and there's a lot of information, and it's quality information, which would be really good to be able to have the opportunity to analyse. So I don't want to read this because obviously you can read it when you're having a look, but I think if the submitters had been given fair time to be able to respond to reports, then we would be able to give a much more detailed response. And I've just had to pick a few things to be able to respond to, whereas the applicant has been able to have, you know, your lighting, your traffic, your building, your landscape. I don't have the time to be able to respond, all the resources to respond to each of those. So I think in fairness, there is an inequality in how we've been able to respond. And even more so in that my submission went in on the 20th of August. The applicant was able to respond with their experts to all of those reports, which is fantastic, and they've been able to respond to some of those matters. But now I've had effectively less than 2 weeks to read all of those reports and try and respond to them again. So the amount that has come in is disparative for submitters to be able to respond to. And as I said, the fact that this was announced, that it was going to be built in April 22, and I think Mr. Lawrence, who's the project manager, and I'm not even sure if he's here, his notes was that, there was a very good meeting with Porirua City Council. So the council's been very aware, and it would have been lovely for us to have been aware at that time as well. It worries me that it was a very positive meeting when we're looking at the plans, and I'm a teacher, I am not a council engineer or a planner, but to see, I could pick out quickly that there was 22 breaches of the rules and regulations that as a resident I have to comply to. So it worries me that initially it was looked at as a good meeting and everything had gone well, then when there should have been some red flags immediately. I'm going to go to the next one. Again, looking through the reports, and we have the fairness of everybody has the opportunity to speak. We have the LDS members here, we have the submitters for and against. What I was seeing is the contradiction in information in that, and as it says, that this is, the submitters are stating that this is a community resource, yet in Mr. Brown and Mr. Moscrip's report, which is the applicant's own report, on page 13 of their report, which is up here, it says that it will only be open to a select and invited members, and therefore this is not a typical place of worship. Now, most churches in New Zealand you can walk into at any time, whether you're of that denomination or not. This is not a community facility, and it appears to be almost touted and in a cloak that it is, but it isn't. And to find the submitters, the applicant's own report that clearly states it's not. It is for invited members only and of the community. And I've done the maths, and no matter how much I did it, whether it was Aotea or Aotea, whether it was Porirua, or whether it was New Zealand-wide, I couldn't make the numbers any more than 1.3% that this community facility is actually for. And, Porirua has some amazing community facilities that support all of us. This does not. This is only for 208 members. So I think the disparity in that and the false narrative that has been put out. And just on a few things to note, it says here that, and what I could find in the reports and the submissions, that local builders will be to assist in the building. As it says here, the drawings and the plans were made by Westland, which is a builder in Utah, which the LDS obviously uses for all of their temples, which was obviously drawn up in April 2022. It doesn't comply to Porirua City rules, and obviously buildings in the States are very, very different from what we have here in New Zealand. So for a building to be designed outside of New Zealand and not even take into account the rules and regulations that we have, and also the expectation that it's going to be built. When you announce that something's going to be built, there's already an expectation that that's going to happen. So I found that comment really worrying, that there was going to be builders that would be used here, yet I couldn't find any record that says that was going to happen, and I couldn't find any information about the Auckland and the Hamilton builders. So maybe the applicant can provide some more information. And even from a community local point of view, I'm reading in submissions that local cleaners, local services will be used. Just looking at the LDS website, there is a section that says helping you care for your meeting house, which is great. We can care for your own thing. But that's very much, again, keeping it in-house. The members clean their own meeting house. That's what I can pick up from the website. It's not saying that the cleaner from down the road is going to be employed to be able to do that. And there are websites. There was a video that says meeting house care instructional videos. So videos to actually do that. So I think it was important that, as I said, that it is not a community resource. It is a resource for the members. And as Mr. McEwen said, it's being built on private land, and they absolutely can build what they want on there. But my feeling is that, as with everybody else in Porirua City Council, it has to be built within the rules. The rules are there for a reason, to keep harmony, to keep us all together, to keep that equality. So that's what I'm not seeing here. I know lighting has been the one that's been lots of people have said, and obviously that was something that was really worrying for me. I'm actually a night photographer, and I was really lucky to get a shot of the comet from Te Tahi Bay the other week. With this, a beacon, that's not going to happen. And I look at the events that we have so much opportunity to bring people here to look at our night sky, and it is actually going to be damaged. There's no other better word for it. The things that worried me is that the submissions that I read from the applicant is that this is a beacon of hope and light to the world, and that lighting is soft and subtle. The contradiction to that is that to be soft and subtle means that it falls within the regulations, yet the lighting for the spires is actually a 16% breach beyond the 2% illumination that is allowed. Again, as I said, I'm not an engineer. I just read the reports, and I could just see that this is where it is. A beacon is not soft and subtle. The picture I found when I looked in Google is beacon is a lighthouse. We have that historic thing of a beacon is drawing people in. That's fine. So a beacon is not soft and subtle. And again, this is affecting the community. The lighting breaches the standards. I'm reading, and I've actually realised Mr. Dutoit, I think I've got your name right, his report here states on his planning report that the lighting just breaches just one consideration after another. So in fairness, we are we are upsetting the visual ambience of the local community. I note that you've put in there that the lights will now be turned off at 10 p.m. Again, the sunset's way gone from 10 p.m. So that's way late. And it also worried me in reading almost like the underlying score of that message was that the applicant reserves the right to then actually change that. So my suggestion is there actually needs to be a ruling, and that stays at 10 o'clock if this goes ahead. And then there actually needs to be another discussion if that's going to change, rather than carte blanche, yep, you can change it. And also, Porirua City Council, for instance, since 2018, has spent a lot of money to put in the amazing LED lights we have to protect our night sky. And it seems incredulous that the Porirua City Council would allow something that is a direct breach of all of the work that they have put in and the money that they have spent to protect that, so that there is a breach initially. So I couldn't really get my head around that one at all. Next one. This was a little bit that confused me. And again, I took, as I said, sitting down trying to read as many reports as I could and gather the information together. I got really confused with the zoning of this land. And I noted in the report again from Mr. Tutua, and I'll read what it says here, was that the applicant is not in a position to decide which district plan provisions they want to comply with or best suits their needs. And that's what I found in reading the report. It seemed to be that it was residential or it was mixed density, and I appreciate that based on that the height changes and what can be built. And it seemed to be a little bit of cherry picking in that, well, we'll use this bit of the district plan for this height and we'll use this bit of the district plan for something else. I couldn't find anything concrete that said this is what it is, or we're applying for that to change. So maybe the council can actually confirm that. But it appeared to be, as I said, that very much cherry picking what's going to suit that. And again, we have the rules for a reason. We all build our houses within the consent constraints. Yet it seems incredulous that we can build something that's 37 metres, way beyond the 12 metres of a 3-storey building. This might seem minor, but that flagpole really worries me. I'm a teacher and I actually work in this area, and I work across a number of schools, and I'm looking at that thinking, oh, we have so many earthquakes here. I could not find the flagpole on any of the maps. Or any of the drawings. It's 12 metres. I look at my neighbour's one down the road and it drives me mad because all you can hear is ting, 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 and that's a standard flagpole. This is 8 metres higher than anything else, and obviously with a great big flag sitting on the top. I also could not find among any of the reports any acoustic or wind shear analysis of the noise, of the howling, oscillation. I guess what I'm asking is that needs to be investigated. We can't just blindly go ahead and assume that it's going to be okay, particularly if you think of the work that goes into very tall buildings that are built in town, effectively the size of the church, and the amount of engineering and wind tunnel testing that goes into them to make sure that they're not going to cause that problem. I've actually been to the wind tunnel in Porirua, in Petone, and stood there and watched it and looked at all the little makeups of all the buildings and how that was testing. So I searched and I couldn't find it. So again, I think it is dangerous for us to blindly go forward and assume that that's going to be okay. Whereas if we built this in town, we'd have to go through that. And again, we talk about Gare Homestead. I spend a lot of time at Gare Homestead personally, and also in my role as an educator. I take students there specifically for their well-being. It is a beautiful place. The new pathway that's been put in that goes effectively around the back fence of the LDS property is absolutely amazing. And we spend time there in nature. We allow our students to stop and listen and just be with nature. And this is going to take that away. And that's probably one of the things that's really hurt me the most, because I see the amount of work and the money that Porirua City Council has spent to upgrade that area and to bring us in, yet we now are looking at a fence or a brick wall that is 3.8 metres tall. And I note on the submissions that it says that it will be a harmonious combination between the church and the Gare Homestead. 3.8 metre wall is not harmonious, and there is nothing that says I can stand in Gear Homestead and look across. This is a division. It is not harmony between the two. And I think, as we talked about the noise, 3 years of building, I really hope the new owners of Gear Homestead or the lessees know that every wedding for the next 3 years, or 5 possibly, is going to have the noise of the building being being completed as well. So that really worries me, but very much that natural environment. And this morning, literally this morning, I found the document that, from what I can see, that the removal of the trees has been approved. It says here, I'm pleased to inform you that your application resource consent for vegetation removal has been approved, and that was the 28th of August that that's come through. This, to me, feels a little bit like the cart before the horse. Why are we approving trees to be removed from the Gear Homestead, which is a protected location, when we haven't even agreed if this church is going to be built? So this feels that Porirua, is there something happening that we are even not aware of, that this is actually being accepted? Because I would have thought that this would have been held back until the church application had been discussed thoroughly. So this is really concerning, that the trees, and it means that the LDS have authority right now and next week could go in and take those trees down. And I'm sitting here thinking, so where am I supposed to take my students next week if those trees then disappear? So that is really, really concerning. It doesn't seem in the right order to me. I think the last one, pretty much, again, we've talked, and everybody is, and I saw some of the applications yesterday. The Porirua City Council has rules for building consents for a reason. I know that the church obviously put in their application in 2015 and then didn't go ahead with that building. As I've said here, the church was designed in Chicago. It wasn't designed here. And that the amount of consent breaches is just simply inconceivable. I can't imagine that as a resident I could come to the council and give you my plans with 22 breaches that are not just little, they are monstrous in size, and that for it to be approved. It does not make sense. The report by Miss Smetham, I think she's the landscape architect, and she acknowledges that the visual amenity values of this area are high, and that is why these local people have purchased their houses where they have. So they have that incredible view across our beautiful moana, and it's really important that we acknowledge the importance of that. And that, again, is a real worry for me. I just want to go to my last slide, and I'll leave it from here. This picture is from the applicant's reports, and obviously where they have put the 3D model in. And for me, this one was really, really important, because it actually, what I felt, summed up the whole of the application, is that I walk past these houses as they're being built, and I look at these and think, every one of these people, this is their private land that they are building their home on, and every one of these people will have abided by the Porirua City Council building constraints. And each one of those neighbours will know that their neighbour has complied with it. So what worries me is that they have complied, yet their beautiful view that when they bought their land is going to be no longer there, yet the property that they look at does not have to comply with the rules that everybody else does. And I would imagine that most of those people that bought these pieces of land had no idea that this was likely to be happening. And as I said, and to find that the resource consent for the trees has been granted just makes me even more worried that this is a step ahead of where it needs to be. And as I said, we pride ourselves on being a community, and we respect and we uphold the rules and regulations that we have here. We paid our parking to come here this morning. We abide by the speed limits on the road. We have rules for a reason, and it just seems incredulous that we would allow one party, 1% of our community, to ignore those rules completely and assume that that would be okay for that to happen. So, as I said, it's about safety, It's about harmony, and it's about fairness to all the residents. I have no problem with there being a church there. I think, church is about community, but every other church that we have is built within the constraints and the building constraints and the rules and regulations that we have. That's my submission. Thank you very much. Appreciate you listening.
Thank you very much, Ms McKee. And just your question about the consents and the changing zoning and things. The timing has been such that there has been, in planning terms, a very relatively rapid transition from the operative plan to a new plan.
Yes.
And the zoning has changed. But I'll take your point, and we are looking to see if we can get a consensus between the applicant and the council on what consents are currently now required as opposed to a year ago.
Yes.
So we're looking for some clarity on that point.
And as I said, I think it was that the cherry picking of the rules, that's what I could see. It was like, if we were under this one, this would apply. If we were under this set, this would apply. But they don't actually match, and that's my worry.
Well, that's the nature of the beast. The rules have changed.
Yes.
So what was relevant a year ago may not be relevant
Yes.
today. So
Yeah.
it's just the way it's gone. So thank you for that. I'll turn to see if there's any questions for you.
I don't have any questions, but your submission was very clear. Thank you. I appreciate you coming today.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Yes, and in a similar vein, I mean, you mentioned about the volume of material to consider, and from, we've also,
Exactly.
I can sympathise with you with that, and a very, very comprehensive and well-presented presentation, so thank you.
Awesome. Thank you very much. I do appreciate your time.
Can I just ask, are you a local Aotea resident?
So no, I live in Whitby.
Whitby, right.
But I spend a lot of time in Aotea. As I said, I'm an educator. I actually teach in the area.
Right.
I teach at a number of schools in the area, and I use the Aotea region and space every single day.
That includes
through
the
my
college, Aotea College?
Yes,
All
yep,
right,
yep.
okay.
So I'm moving around the area a lot. So very much part of that community. And obviously, our friends, our neighbours, our community members live in that area as well. And as I said, for me, this wasn't just about it's not in my backyard. This is about community. We are Porirua City Council. We are Porirua. So it is important that we all look out for each other wherever we are in the space here.
Okay, thank you very much.
Lovely.
And
Thank you very
I'm
much.
presuming that Linda's got your presentation
Yes.
Yep, for the record, so
Yes.
that's great.
Lovely.
So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Cheers. If we put the speaker on, a group presentation, Rane, Jared, Lizani. There should be room enough for three there. Okay, that's cool. That's fine. Right, so yeah, if you just take a seat, make sure the green light is on one of those mics.
Yeah, is that on?
It sounds like it. Cool. So, thank you. We've got your three submissions in front of us, your written submissions. So, the floor is yours to talk to your submissions. So, thank you.
Awesome. I guess I'll just take time to introduce myself. First of all, grateful to be surrounded by all this wisdom today and to share a bit of my thoughts on the temple. My name is Jared Fermanus. I was born and raised in Porirua, Titahi Bay. Went to school here, college here. I've been a member of the church my whole life. My parents, my mum is from Temple View, Hamilton, and my dad also grew up attending church college as well as my mum. Ngāti Toa, and I followed my dad on a mission. He went to the Philippines, so I lived in the Philippines for 3 years. Attended school there from 14 to 17. And I've also, upon coming back, served a full-time 2-year mission for my church and been involved in a lot of different callings for my church, service opportunities there. And yeah, that's just a bit about me, I think.
Kia ora koutou. I too, like Jared, am grateful to be here. Ko rānei wenera pārai toko ingoa. So I was born here and live here, and we have our spot in the Urupā here. I too am a life member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Also widely involved in the community, so on the Board of Trustees of Mana College, and have lots to do with our rangatahi in our community with Partners Porirua, and within the health sector of chairing our local PHO, Orator PHO, and on our iwi runanga as well. So grateful to be here to share our experience of being in the temple. I've travelled the world and been to several temples around the world, and am absolutely excited about the possibility of having a temple in our backyard, and being a volunteer and working as part of the services that can be provided in a broader sense of what the church already provides within the community of Porirua and broader. Kia ora.
So just to begin, I believe we are to speak on the positive spiritual and peace benefits for wellness. And I'm not sure about all of you, but one place I do go to find peace outside of temple grounds is the water. I like to go up to. I do a lot of diving around the coastline with my brothers, and I love to go to the water to really clear my head, to ponder, to think. And for me, that is the closest I could compare to being on temple grounds. The only temple grounds I've been on are I've been to the temple in Temple View, and also in the Philippines. They have a temple there, and the feeling there, even though the closest I feel to the temple is by the water, it is in no comparison to how I feel when I'm on temple grounds. And I'm sure my parents have felt the same, and many members of the church and non-members of the church. Throughout my 2 years of service, I've met a lot of families, a lot of member families, a lot of non-member families that are a part of our church, and a lot that have gone through the open home in the temple as well. They had a temple opening for everyone that was able to see. And I've only heard good things about their experiences there. And I just wanted to touch that because personally I love to go to the temple. I love to be on the grounds. And I'm not sure if you have been to Temple View. Have any been to Temple View? No?
No.
It is honestly a beautiful place. As you drive in, you can see the temple there. The grounds are kept well, and it is honestly a beautiful place. For me, if I was a school teacher, I'd take my school there to see and to be around all the beautiful nature and things like that. There's actually an experience I'd like to share. Someone I met in my mission. In my mission, I went to Gisborne, Taupo. I did a lot of time in about a year and a half in South Auckland, and also around Hamilton. But there was a person I met in Gisborne. I'd like to share her experience. I actually messaged her the other day and asked if I could share her experience today. Her name was Helen. No, her name is Helen, sorry. And she recently attended the temple after leaving the church for a couple decades. She mentioned how much she had to sacrifice to get to the temple, the things that were in her way that she needed to overcome. And it was funny, I simply asked if I could share her experience. She said, absolutely, please share my testimony. And I said, awesome, thank you. And she said, I'm still doing cartwheels in my head. And that was about a year ago since I last saw her, and she had visited the temple. So safe to say that for those that are able to visit and to step on temple grounds, that it is an awesome experience, that one can truly feel not only peace of mind, but of heart, but also the Spirit of the Lord dwells in his temples and on his temple grounds.
I'd too like to share the experience of, in reading the submissions, there's been quite a few around the illumination of the light that comes. And I know from having visited several temples around the world that these buildings are iconic buildings, and they actually enhance not only the beauty of the place that they're in, but they have a calming and peaceful effect on people that are visiting or see the space. And so I just wanted to talk about, while it is it does radiate light, that the radiation of light is also a depiction and a personification of the light of Christ that we feel when we enter the temple. And so that light of Christ, when it is, and we go and learn more about Christ in the temple, that spirit that we carry as we come out of the temple and then congregate across the community will, I believe, will change the peaceful nature of Porirua. And with Porirua being a naturally spiritual community because of the mixed diversity of our community, and mixing with our multicultural society and the people across our community, it has been expressed that having places of peace and reverence within our community will enhance the way that we are able to enact and react together, that brings us things in common and things that we will be able to work on as we continue the kotahitanga movement that is happening across Aotea, but is also well supported across our community. And sometimes our community gets a bad rap for some of the communities within our community, but we know that there is lots of respect and upholding of that respect for the Church of Jesus Christ in our community. And we know that it will touch the lives, the spirituality will touch the lives of all those that come in contact with those that attend the temple and those that visit the temple. The grounds will be peaceful, that it will become an iconic place to visit and add that value, as well as the economic value of people who will travel to participate in the temple, but also to visit the temple. The economic benefit to our community will be huge, and across various ages and intergenerational impacts and that collective nature.
I'd like to touch on just the respect that is given to those sacred places like that of the temple. Being a missionary, you're not immune to confrontation or getting some bad words or slammed doors on your face. And one thing, especially in places such as South Auckland and Gisborne, is you're in the heart of these cities, of these places, and you get to see a lot of things. You get to meet a lot of people. I've come in contact with a lot of gang members myself. And one thing that was always common amongst all of them is that they always referred to us with respect. They always mentioned or referred to us as the brothers or the elders, as we were called. And so that kind of gives just a bit of significance to how all people view sacred places such as a temple. And that being said, that what an opportunity to have a temple here in Porirua. Yeah.
Just in closing thoughts from myself, the spiritual nature of a building such as the temple and the work that goes on in the temple is about saving souls and bringing them unto Christ. And so having this ability to do this close to home, and with the whakapapa that's here for the iwi, and a lot of members of Ngāti Toa being associated with the church, we know that this will enhance our city, and we know that people are certainly committed to continuing to spread the word of Christ, but also to share of the charity and love that we feel for all those across our community. And so we thank you for this opportunity. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Thank you for that. Can I just turn to the panel to see if there's any questions?
I don't have a specific question, but I thank you for sharing your experiences. Thank you.
You asked us about whether we had visited the Hamilton Temple Gardens, and I haven't, but I'm curious about how do the public engage with that? I mean, do people just wander in and out of the the public, not the members that are visiting the church?
Well, the temple grounds really is an open space. There are gates and things leading up to the Hamilton Temple to stop car parks late at night. But other than that, it is an open space. Actually, on my mission, I would run there in the mornings, just because it was a beautiful place to walk around. And up at Temple View, there is a playground. There's a chapel and a museum just down the road from that place, all of which are open to the public.
And that will be similar here, that the grounds will be accessible to anybody from the community. And in talking with some of the teachers around the place, that they're looking at opportunities to take students to iconic places across Porirua, places where we'll bring peace, and they'll be able to talk about some of the history of Porirua and participate in that way. And there will also be opportunities for people to visit the educational centre to learn more about the church and about the building itself and buildings across the world that will be there. So some of our local missionaries that will be placed here will have an active role in supporting the community to understand its place in Porirua in this part of Aotea. Kia ora.
Thank you.
No questions. Thank you for your time and for your presentation. Appreciate it. Thank you. Our next submitters are Dr. Porirua and Mr. Sirkovich. Is it also going up on this? Welcome. We've just been handed some copies of photographs, aren't they? Yep. Which I don't believe are going to be presented on the screen, so we'll talk to these. We're happy to do that, provided there's enough copies for everyone to see. Just wait a moment for that. So we've got your submissions in front of us as well, your written submissions, but the floor is yours to talk to those submissions.
Tēnā hoki tātou meki ki te whare te piringa tūnei. Ka taia meki mātou te kāinga, ka taia meki o ngā mema o Tahahi tēnei. Ka taia kei mūtarari a koutou te atanei. Nō reira a koutou rā, e mihi ana ki a koutou. Ko mātou te mano te whenua ki a Ngāti Tōranga Tira, ko tau mai. Meki ki te whakaia ato tātou nei kaupapa kei mō te rārongo. Great to be here this morning. I'm pretty familiar with this room. Come here every month as the Chief Advisor Māori to City Council for the last 24 years. And it's good to be here and to be able to put our view across in regards to the building of our temple. I'll sit down. My name is Dr. Taku Parai, born and raised here in Porirua. I've been here for around nearly 200 years. Our people, and we're still here and we're not going anywhere. And born and raised here, as I've said, amongst our people. We're very, very, very religious people. And over the many decades, they have, and I'll walk through the slide, once Boyd is finished, but my family's here, educated here. My mum and dad and grandparents all were born here. And we were once, at one time, a little community nestled on the side of the harbour, all on our own. Progress and development has come to our front door, and sometimes good, sometimes not so good. Because with progress, it actually brings a whole lot of either positive and sometimes detrimental occurrences to our community, particularly around the taiao, the environment. I worked in primary health for 24 years. I worked for my iwi all my life. I was the chair when our iwi went through the treaty settlement process, and on quite a few boards in the city for a long time. I'm about the future of our community, and I'm also about the health and well-being of our community as well. So I'll turn the time over to Boyd. He's got a presentation.
Tēnei te mihi kia koutou katoa. I tēnei rā ke te maua hau I te pau pōtai, pau ohanga mō te runanga o tō rangatira. Kia ora to you all, good to see you. I'm the Executive Officer at Te Runanga o tō rangatira, and I look after the investment and economic development portfolio. I also, and I'll be wearing that hat today as I speak, I'm also the chairman of Tō Developments Limited, which is the development entity across the Kenepuru Landing subdivision here in Porirua. We've also had a historical relationship with Caris Developments Limited, as you understand, will be the developer of the Aotea subdivision. Today I speak in support, we speak in support of the proposed development project at 2 Okowai Road, Aotea. I live in Porirua, was schooled in this city, grew up in this city, and my kids also go to school here locally at Mana College and Plymouton School. Myself, although I've lived in Porirua most of my life, I've also lived abroad for 14 years. I've lived overseas in Asia. I've spent time in Australia and America and travelled the world, and I've seen a lot of temples through my time. Most recently, a few weeks ago, I was travelling in North America and went through 5 cities and saw 5 different temples sporadically, randomly through my travels. And they stood out as meaningful, iconic displays of those particular cities and had a great appearance. I appreciate that many in our community receive benefits from facilities that are provided to the community throughout Porirua. Like many of our people, I haven't used every facility in Porirua throughout my lifetime here, but I do appreciate and understand that because we do have diverse needs throughout the city, that different people use facilities for different purposes to receive services. We're supportive of projects in our city that bring external resources and stimulus to the area. This proposed project does not draw on the long-term planned capital budget, which is funded by ratepayers. The project results in a facility that many in the community will receive multi-order benefits from. From a taiao and environment perspective, we re-endorse the cultural impact assessment conducted and submitted by Te Runanga o tō rangatira, our taiao team. This development represents a substantial external capital investment in Porirua, estimated by my account to be in the tens of millions of dollars, with obviously no draw on local ratepayers' money. In our current economic climate, this is a cost-effective pathway to stimulate activity in a struggling recessionary market for many in our community. We have a quite tight, connected relationship with the executive team of Porirua City Council, and economic development is one of the most hotly and most frequently talked about discussion points that we have alongside of our taiao. The presence of this proposed facility will stimulate growth, obviously just through a common sense lens, through complementary businesses such as cafes, shops and accommodation services, given that it's regular operating hours and it has potential for visitor attraction. The car parking space suggests an expectation of visitor numbers which will benefit local businesses because from what we can ascertain, the temple does not provide retail or hospitality services. This facility will attract many visitors outside of the Porirua area as there are many church members that live in the wider Wellington region and the lower North Island. It is our understanding that the project will create meaningful contractor and employment opportunities for local contractors. I am privy to some information and I do know the nature of the Hamilton Temple that was redeveloped recently. There was a local main contractor awarded that contract and a lot of the subcontracting contracts went to local companies as well. Just for transparency's sake, a year ago I moved back to Porirua after living in the Waikato area and I had an economic and investment related role there, so I do know some of that context. From a Moriora perspective, this facility will strengthen our community's social fabric, providing another channel of social support, which is very important in our city, as many of you know, in light of the recent operating budget costs at central government level, which has materially impacted a lot of social service providers here in our city. It achieves this Moriora outcome by providing a modern, purpose-built space for spiritual practice and community gathering, creating opportunities for intergenerational connection and knowledge sharing, supporting whānau wellbeing through connected community engagement, offering a peaceful sanctuary that contributes to mental and emotional hauora, and fostering cultural understanding and social cohesion within what is one of the most diverse communities in the country. The cultural impact assessment conducted and submitted by our Aotea team reaffirms that there is no material detrimental impact to this project being approved upon the community. There may be some minor logistic impacts that do need to be worked through, such as traffic movement. This report reiterated that the extensive landscaping will create peaceful spaces for reflection and connection. The native understory restoration will strengthen the connection to the natural environment, and there is no material adverse impacts to local wildlife that we can ascertain. The facility's design will enhance the city's landscape, unlike many eyesore and dilapidated buildings that are littered around our city at the moment. The proposed nighttime soft illumination of the temple facade will create an uplifting addition to the skyline and not materially create contra conditions to the area, as has been reinforced by the recent independent report that I've seen provided to the committee. In conclusion, this development promises to enhance both the economic and social fabric of our community through capital investment, job creation, increased tourism, property value enhancement to those who live in the area. I can say that because I was living in the area of Temple View once upon a time, and I owned a property in that area, and I've seen the capital value improve as enhancements were made to that particular temple. For all of the reasons outlined in what I've said so far, we recommend to the committee that the approval of this resource consent application proceed. I'll hand the time back to Uncle Tuck.
Thank you, mate. Hey, the handout in front of you, if I can step you through that, be really great. The first slide that you see there is our great-grandfather, Winera Tukanai. He was the first in Porirua in the district to join the church. The missionaries turned up to his house while his wharea in the late 1850s, early 60s, and he was interested to hear their message. And what he found was that he was very delighted in hearing the message around that families can be together forever. And the second was genealogy. And we all know that Māori are very, very interactive and connected to their genealogy. And the third was the focus on youth and keeping youth healthy, keeping youth together, and keeping youth well for the future. He noticed that there were a lot of influences, both negative and positive, entering into our communities, slowly but surely. saw the different behaviours of the effects of different substances and that, and he didn't want his people to be any part of that area. So he was delighted to hear the words of the missionaries that arose at his doorstep. He was somewhat taken back by when he asked the question, how could he help? And the missionaries responded, we're here to teach you about love. He was quite surprised, actually. Actually, my great-grandfather how to, that I'm here to teach you about love. I think at that time they pretty much knew all about love. So here's the ancestor here that accepted the church in the early 1860s, late 1850s, Winera Tukanai. And on the second page are writings, are clips about the activities that the tribe used to get into in regards to activities for the family, activities for the youth, activities for our aunties and uncles to be a part of. And they were inspired by these activities that was added a different tone to their life, added a different area of congregating, and their purposes was to enjoy and have the spirit of the gospel in their lives. So there's some minutes from a gathering there in Porirua in July 7th, 1931, 1930, 1929, and they were written records about how they felt and why they enjoyed and loved being members of the gospel. On the third page, it looks at the other people that influenced the church in this area. They brought the church to Porirua, and in those early years, and they built rapport. They built never-ending friendships with these people that came out and brought the gospel here to Porirua, and particularly to the Wellington region. And those family connections are still alive today. Some of these early missionaries and leaders, their children came and served missions here as well, following their initial voyage to Aotea to preach the gospel. On the next page, it looks at building different facilities, and particularly the temple in Hamilton. Now, our uncles and aunties, they left home, some for 7 years, to help build buildings around the country for free. Or not for free, but for no wages or salaries. They went there with the faith that they had in the church. They went there with the determined to have buildings to enable them to go and worship. And here in the top left-hand corner is the foundation to the Hamilton Temple. And the third photo in with the spades is the dedication, the turning of the soil, and so on and so forth. As the temple gradually was built, these are some of the early depictions of that activity. And a lot of our people and a lot of other Māori communities from around the country went to Hamilton, to Kirikiri or Waikato, and served for up to 2 years minimum, and others stayed for a lot longer and gave their time for free. And tribes throughout the country and communities would take and send food and kai and other belongings and lodgings for them to enable to stay and help build the temple and these facilities until it was dedicated. The next slide is quite an enjoyable slide. It's a time when the missionaries and those that were leaders at that time, both the Americans and Māoris and other Kiwis, came together and enjoyed and took some time for themselves. And there's some photos here of them mixing with our people. A lot of them learnt the language and taught the gospel in Te Reo. A lot of them lived with our people, particularly when they were ill. Our people would nurture them back to full health. And so that rapport, that love for each other, gained momentum and strength. And there you will see a lot of them sort of having time out. And in particular, in the centerpiece there is a photo of our Uncle Angus Elkington, when he was a young man, down on Derville Island, down on Rangitoto. Our people would take them down there for activities, fishing, hunting, and built a great rapport with our people down there and here at Takapuahi. The next page, you'll see a young, handsome man there, a cousin of ours. His name was Te Rauparaha Winera. And when he was born, a marvellous work occurred on our marae. The Apostle Matthew Cowley, one of our great leaders of that era, was visiting our marae. And they used to go and have prayers every morning at 6 o'clock. They'd ring a bell and our community would go down to the marae as families. And they would have a prayer to open the day for everyone in the community. And at this particular time, Matthew Cowley was there visiting. And he asked this man's father, our Uncle Raha, asked Matthew Cowley if he could give this young man a blessing. And Matthew Cowley said, by all means, sure, that would be great. And he said, while you're giving him a blessing, can you give him his eyesight as well? And he had equilibrium problems. And can you look after that as well? Well, by the end of the blessing, this young man here could see, he could hear, his balance was just perfect, and he grew up to be a strong leader in the church and an example of our belief. And he takes the name of our warrior chief, Te Rauparaha, and people would come from all over the world asking if they could have a photo with the young man that was blessed by Matthew Cowley. And that's our Uncle Leah. On the next page is a beautiful shot of our aunties who all sung in a beautiful choir known as the New Zealand Māori Chorale. And they sung far and wide throughout the country. They made recordings of old, beautiful songs that our old people put together. And these voices we no longer hear. But because of their love and joy for music, and they were all members of the church, well, 99.9 of them, and they radiated a beautiful spiritual wairua of the church and their culture through music. And they were called the New Zealand Māori Chorale. Its director and music director is the man behind the lady in the yellow on the right there, Te Pōho Kātene. The next page, the final page I want to take you to, is a panel in our ancestral meeting house. And it talks about the coming of the church, of the church here in Porirua. And it talks about how the reason why our people took and joined the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Just let me read an excerpt from this diary here, or what it means. It says that design is a series of diamond patiki. The patiki are suggestive of survival, success, well-being, and fulfillment. These favourable circumstances are the results of concentrated and unified efforts, as indicated by the hexagonal beeswax cell shapes. Within each hexagon is a formal arrangement of chevrons, kaukau, indicating constituted authority. The hexagons are tightly contained and marshalled together with almost military precision. They advance on all fronts together. This suggests effective planning and programming. In the course of its history, Ngāti Toa has survived only because they were willing to submit to the plans of authority of their leaders. When they moved from kawhia, they moved as tightly disciplined groups, not looking back. Knowing the purpose and objective of their exodus, the only hint of anguish at leaving their homeland and urupas are sounded in the Waiata Honepa, which Te Rauparaha is saying as a farewell. This is quite a strong part here. Today, the lives of our numbers of Ngāti Toa people are still controlled or play parts of authority, particularly as is so of those who are members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. The internal organisational structure of this church is in functional groups and quorums, each with its own authority and achievement programs, and each being concerned for their members. Everyone begins in the primary, organisation and branch into two streams of adolescents, the girls going into young women's organisation, then on to Relief Society, while the boys progress through the quorum levels of deacons, teachers, elders and high priests. By working in a tightly disciplined arrangement of units of authority, the responsibility of instructing and caring for each member is localised in small groups. In this way, the individual is not lost to the crowd. The success of the migration down from Kawhi was due in small part to groupings of units of authority, which were able to care for the individual and each unit working to an overall plan and objective. If there is a message in this panel, it is that proper direction, organisation and concerted effort does result in the well-being of all. And our old people decided to put this panel in our meeting house as a reminder of that journey, that inclusion, and what the church will do for us and has done for us for many, many decades. That's all I have to present on that note, Mr. Schofield, and I hope that what we've presented today as a people has been informative, has been taken from different perspectives that matter to us. And I know that the gentleman on my left there, I know that they have every concern and will work with council, both yourself and Providence City Council, to remedy any issues that you may have. So thank you very much for your time.
And thank you, Dr. Porirua. Sorry. Just a quick question to confirm the Patiki you showed, the photograph. That's it.
That's it.
Okowai.
Takawai,
Right,
inside the house.
Okay. Just a question for Boyd more than anything. The economic, and I just read your submission again, the economic benefits of that. There has been some points made by some submitters that the economic benefits are kept within the church and church members. Can you sort of talk to that point at all?
Here we go. That might be a perception that they might have, but the reality is the people that live in our community, whether they're church members or not, are part of our community. And so if the work that's awarded to people in the community so happen to be members of the church as well, the community win. If they don't and they're just community members and they're not members of the church, the community win. So that's what I would say to that fact. A lot of this money is being spent within the jurisdiction of the City Council area. Just by a common sense approach, there'll be a filter down effect through the community for those resources to be shared and to be benefited from.
Kia ora koutou, kei te mihi kia ora koutou. I know that you're not here for your tile team, but you talked of the cultural impact assessment that has been supplied with the application. And one thing I was interested in that, which is common and across activities, that the ability for Ngāti Toa to be involved in a timatanga ceremony. I wondered whether, and I talked to the applicant about this the other day, about whether that should be secured in some way. The applicant assured me that there was such a great relationship between Ngāti Toa and the applicant that perhaps it wasn't necessary in this situation. So I just wanted to explore that with you. I've had other situations where, you know, not particularly Ngāti Toa, but other iwi have requested that, and it hasn't been secured in some manner, and, you know, things have moved on and that hasn't happened, which is a shame. So I just, you know, we talked about having a condition on the consent for that reason. You'll be aware of other consents that have had that same condition, I think, maybe if you've talked to your team. So I just wondered if you could talk about that in this situation and whether you consider it appropriate.
Can you just reiterate timatanga?
So the CIA wanted a ceremony like beginning groundbreaking ceremony.
Whakawātea.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Sitting right
yeah,
I'll probably do
exactly.
it.
I'm guessing it would be you. So you're the one to speak to.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. I mean, anything we do around that value,
Yeah,
we would ensure that all the processes and procedures are according to what's expected. But our expectation will be to have something
yes.
and put it in writing up front what that would be, and then it would be up to both the church leaders and our culture leaders to work together and to organise what that might look like.
Absolutely. So in this situation, you would be comfortable with a condition on consent so that it is on paper.
Does that fit? Yeah, that'll be great.
I mean, you're well aware that that's happened for many occasions, for many activities
Yeah, for sure.
previously.
Yeah,
so
yeah, thank you.
this is no different, I
yes,
see.
yes.
Yeah. Thank you,
Great,
Okowai.
thank you.
Thank you.
Questions? No questions. Thank you. Dr. Parai and Mr. Skirkovich. Our final submitter before morning tea is Michelle Hamlin. She wouldn't mind joining us around the table. Just getting your submission in front of me. There we go. Welcome.
I believe most of us were scheduled to Porirua yesterday, so thank you very much. So much has been said. Really, I could just say amen to everything that has been said, but I would like my whanaunga to hear a little bit of what I wrote to you to submit. Thank you.
Thank you.
Also born and raised Takapawahia. My father was a convert to the church. My mother was born in the church. I left to go to America on a scholarship to attend one of our universities, and I lived in America for 30 years. I've come back about 20 years ago. It's great to be home. At this time, just a little bit of interest, I am a member of the church still, always will be. The Secretary of Te Kaunihera Kaumātua o Ngāti Toa as well. The fundamental rights contained in the New Zealand Bill of Rights Act 1990 includes the right to freedom of expression and the right to not be discriminated against. It can be said that the building of a temple in the Aotea area of Porirua gives the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints community their right of expression, to practice their religion peacefully and wherever they choose to here in Aotearoa, New Zealand. This is a basic human right for all New Zealanders. Pursuant to this legislation, these rights are contained in the following sections of the Act. Section 13, freedom of thought, conscience and religion. Section 14, freedom of expression. Section 15, manifestation of religion and belief. Section 16, freedom of peaceful assembly. Section 17, freedom of association. The New Zealand Bill of Rights Act, as most probably you all know, aims to protect, to affirm and promote these human rights and fundamental freedoms in our beautiful land. It, however, can be debated that human rights can also be violated in our land, as not all people enjoy our civil liberties and political freedoms. And so, this is a good place to start at. The Act was introduced as ordinary statute, which does not have the status of superior or entrenched law, meaning that Parliament is supreme. and is the only lawmaking body of this country, and laws can be changed. I wrote a submission, council members, because I could see that there was concern. Sometimes the beautiful, they're lights, but they can be bright. Also, the traffic concerns. In response to that article, houses aren't really that close to where the temple is being built. To me, the only beautiful, I wrote here, in response to the article, it is my argument that there would be no obstruction of view of anyone's property. The only close-by neighbour is located at 1 Okowai Road and its own magnificent surroundings and landscape. We call it the historic Gear Homestead, built in 1882. That still stands and is now an eatery and a bar. Apparently, I don't think it's open for business at this time. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a beautiful place for our temple to be. Further, there was an article written about the traffic. Now, that temple, if I recall the brethren from our church who came to Porirua with us, there aren't that many car parks, and as I wrote in my submission, I'll try and get to that, the community facility development has been designed to host a maximum of 208 people. However, the typical number of people present at any one time would generally be only up to 50, excluding a very small number of staff that will be in the temple at the same time. The hours of operation for the temple will be between the hours of 6 a.m. and 10 p.m, Tuesdays through Fridays, and between the hours of 6 a.m. and 1 p.m. on Saturdays. May I just share with you, usually when we go to the temple, up in Hamilton, for example, we go with each other. There could be 2 or 4 of us in a vehicle, so that's one car. Usually, the temple is not full either. The sessions, we call them, where we do beautiful work. So I would say that that is not an issue. What else have I written down here? Like I have just said, it appears to me that if the expected number of up to 50 people arrive at the temple grounds during the hours of operation, it's my argument that traffic flow will not be interrupted by heavier traffic, as most people who attend the temple travel in numbers, and possibly there won't be more than maybe 20 vehicles travelling to the temple to do the work there at any one specific time. What a great piece of architecture it will be for the whole city of Porirua and Wellington to have such a magnificent place of worship built in the Aotea Porirua area. I have seen the drawing of what the temple will look like when it's built. This was a while ago now. It's not only beautiful, but its purpose is to bring all people unto Christ. The Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints builds temples for its members throughout the world. I am blessed to be one of those members who was born and raised in the church here in Takapuahia, Porirua. I, along with Taku, are a great-grandchild of Winera Te Kanai, who loved the missionaries, who welcomed the missionaries to live with them in their home. My wonderful parents, Joseph Wiho Parata and Eranora Winera Parata, are passed away now, but as a child, I remember their words to me that one day a temple would be built somewhere close by. Those words, ladies and gentlemen, have come to its fruition this day. I am 70 years old now. And I'm still grateful. I'm so grateful that I am here. And I look forward to the day when the temple will be built and dedicated to the Lord. Kia ora koutou katoa.
Kia ora. And thank you for speaking to your submission. I'll just see if there's any questions for you, if you don't mind.
I don't have any questions. Thank you. Your submission was very clear.
We will take an adjournment for morning tea, and we will resume the hearing at 11:30. Thank you, everyone. good to go. Right, the hearing has reconvened, and our final submitter is Caroline Mariko from Aotea College Board of Trustees. Is she here in person? Oh, hi. Would you like to come and sit on the table around us? I'll just have your submission, or the Board of Trustees submission in front of us. 419. On that one. Welcome. We've got more than one person, so we've got Caroline. Okay. Thank you. Yes, certainly.
Tēnā koutou katoa, ngā mihi mahana. My name is Caroline Mariko, presiding member, and I'm here with Kate Gainsford, he tumuaki o Te Kāreti o Aotea, representing our school. Thank you for the opportunity to present our submission regarding the resource consent application for the proposed community facility at 2 Okowai Road. We acknowledge the benefits this facility will bring to the community and support its intent to serve a diverse population. However, we must address some key concerns regarding construction impacts and pedestrian safety, ensuring the safety and wellbeing of our students and community. Since submitting our written feedback, we wish to inform the Council that Aotea College's building project is currently on hold. While this eases concern about overlapping construction schedules, it heightens our focus on the impacts of this proposed project, particularly during its extensive construction phase. Our key concerns and requests: number one, construction phase traffic management. Increased construction traffic during peak school times is a significant safety risk for our students and other pedestrians. Congestion on Okowai Road, combined with already limited visibility at a key crossing in front of Aotea Lodge, poses some concerns. We urge the inclusion in a robust construction management plan provisions to restrict heavy vehicle movements during drop-off and pick-up times. We also recommend implementing temporary traffic calming measures, such as a controlled pedestrian crossing near the school for the duration of construction. Post-construction concerns: the proposed operating hours of the facility align well with school schedules. However, we ask that the Council ensure robust lighting and noise management measures to minimise any potential disruption to school activities, particularly during evening and weekend events. We also request that ongoing communication with the school be prioritised post-construction to address any unforeseen issues promptly and collaboratively. In summary, while Aotea College supports the proposed development, we emphasise the importance of addressing construction-related traffic and pedestrian safety concerns, particularly ensuring improved visibility at the key crossing during peak times, implementing robust traffic management during construction to minimise risk to our students and the community, minimising lighting and noise impacts post-construction, maintaining open lines of communication to address concerns as they arise. We appreciate this opportunity, and it's really great to have our tumuaki Kate Gainsford with the learned experiences we've had in managing the building of our new school, in particular the construction of a new school and managing our surrounding community during that time.
Kia ora koutou, ko Kate Gainsford tōku ingoa te tumuaki o Te Kāreti o Aotea. It's a pleasure to be here today. Look, what I have to offer on the back of what Caroline has already mentioned are some examples of, in a practical sense, of the positive and constructive relationship that we will be relying on over the coming time ahead if this consent is approved. From our own experience of the construction of a brand new school that opened in 2020, I can only underline the importance of the relationship between neighbours being positive and helpful. And that can be as part of a plan, as it has been so far with the very useful interactions that we've had face to face with the project leads, but also it is for the unplanned. As we encountered a number of times during our construction, and no doubt many people around the table will be able to have their own experience of. Sometimes cables are broken, sometimes drains are broken, sometimes the unexpected happens. And on a site that has its own implications that are easy to understand and usually there are set protocols for. For a school, that means we close and we have to get home and off site up to 1,300 young people and 130 staff. So it's really important for us to have those protections in place and those contingencies in place so that, and lines of communication really in place so that we can act promptly, because we have to have the health and safety of those young people as paramount for us. So on the back of what Caroline has mentioned, the planned things for traffic management, we have a large site, but we also have a significant role growth. So we are expecting upwards of 1,300 young people on our site from February onwards. We are lucky we have land that we can use to accommodate if the Ministry of Education so wished. That plan is not halted, it's not cancelled, but the plan for growth of property development on the school's site has not been granted for the 24 budget cycle. Everybody is telling us from the ministry that we need to look out for 25's budget cycle for that to get a shot of investment again. But essentially, even if that happens, we have a large site, we have the prospect of large construction ahead of us, and we have the same number of entry and exit points around which our concerns centre. So the entry and exits points to our site, but also the same roads feeding in the pedestrians and the vehicle traffic that pass by and come into the school grounds. So we are hoping that the feedback we have given in this process will take account of that, and we're pleased with the proactive approach that we've seen so far in terms of the willingness to properly engage around those really important imperatives that we have around student and staff safety. I think that's probably about it. We too, as we entered into construction, had some similar challenges to what the construction across the road will present, with neighbours who are from time to time concerned about many things. Sometimes they're concerned about light and dust and noise, and sometimes they're concerned about how many young people there are around, but I can't do anything about that. So, but we also hope that the project looks at the school as an opportunity to invest in young people, and we have already had some conversations around what that might look like in terms of benefiting the young people and their career opportunities and general pathways to prosperity through learning from actual people as opposed to being directed to online information about what prospects there are to live and earn and learn in their own community. And that's a very exciting prospect for the school. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Kia ora.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity.
sorry, it's not working. There you go. We have a letter from the Ministry of Education just responding. Are you sort of aware of that side of things?
Yes, we work with the Ministry of Education quite a lot.
Okay, it's good to hear. It's good to hear. We're working in parallel. Okay, so just make sure that you're aware of that. Okay,
Yes,
thank you.
and they would have raised very similar,
Yeah.
issues around the traffic and the role growth and so forth.
And how to manage them. Yes,
Yep.
thank you. Okay, questions?
Yeah, so in response to the feedback from the ministry, there's a couple of conditions that have been included with quite specific wording. Are you familiar with those, or?
I haven't looked at it before I came here, but I have seen
Yeah.
it. I mean, I'm happy to be reminded.
Yeah, no, it's just, I mean, I guess it's, essentially if the ministry are happy with the wording, are you happy? Yeah. And so then, so you've mentioned for the beginning of next year that you're expecting a roll of up to 1,300.
Yes.
And so my question is, what are your future construction plans if they are funded, and what role would that allow for?
That is a question which is along the lines of how long is a piece of string, but nevertheless, I'll give it a shot. So especially, I'll start with the last part of your question first, if that's okay. Given the Porirua City Council's recent approval of the Plymouton Farm development, which is in our zone, and other intensification of housing projects in Porirua, it's within the bounds of possibility that the enrolment zone that's currently set for Aotea College could increase to up to 3,000. Whether the board decides that that is the optimal level for the size of the school is another matter. And certainly the ministry isn't proposing to build buildings on the school to house 3,000 students now. What they are proposing, or what they have worked with us on, is a staged process. They have asked us to prioritise one single stage at a time, and we haven't cooperated quite to the extent that they would have liked in that, because we have several priorities that we'd like to advance at once. To provide specialist facilities for the numbers that are coming in. What the ministry has done over the last 3 years since this new school opened in 2020 is provide 9 new modular buildings, prefabs we would call them, in some ways on site, and the reconfiguration of another building, old building, to house 3 extra classrooms. So we've had 12 extra spaces, actually it would be 13 by now, extra spaces brought on site to deal with the role growth. That's not, while that's helpful, it hasn't kept a pace with the role growth, and it doesn't address the need for specialist facilities in technology, science and phys ed. So those are still, the plans have been drawn up, initial plans, and master planning has taken place for the development of those spaces. We have what they look like. We have some timing around that, but that has been paused as a result of government decision making. The government has conceded, or the ministry has conceded or agrees, that the role growth still requires a response. But unfortunately, there are other schools in the Wellington region who are under even greater pressure than we are, and they're in awkward places like the middle of this Wellington city, so Wellington High School, for instance, where they have just decided to put a line under the ones they're funding in this round, and those that are not, like us, that are not in this round, have to make do with the increased role without provision for extra spaces until they change their minds, which we're advised could well be budget 25, and we hope that is so, because there are only so many places we can fit people. So the construction is likely to go ahead because the role growth is happening whether it's funded for or not.
And some of this work that's on hold is about better serving the existing role rather than expansion, or is it?
Oh, no, it's expansion.
It's expansion, okay,
Yes,
thank you.
yeah, absolutely. So there are a lot of new teaching spaces that will need to be built.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you very much.
Just you talked about the unexpected, and I just was going back through the condition, which I know you don't have in front of you, and it doesn't really talk about the unexpected. So I just wondered, you know, you've had an experience of building the school. You had unexpected things. How did the school deal with that, with neighbours?
Well, good communication was really important. And so we did leaflet neighbours with information. We did make sure that there were opportunities for, at some points, for people to come in and meet in the school over a cup of tea or the like. And we tried to keep people well informed through our website and newsletters and so forth. The difficulty sometimes is that the people who are receiving our formal communications may not be the parents of the young people there, so that we weren't always able to connect. And so I think that's a kind of something we have to be aware of, and being able to respond really quickly and with a named and visible person made a difference. So between myself and my property manager of the time, we became known as the people to go to if you needed an answer.
Yeah.
So it meant a fair bit of our day sometimes was taken up in that kind of correspondence. But if we could attend to that really quickly, then it lifted the satisfaction that I think we generally enjoyed with our neighbours.
Thank you, that's helpful.
Just in terms of lighting, as you'll be aware, the lighting of this proposed building, has been one of the issues raised by submitters. And there has been some reference to lighting at the college. Could you just talk me through what kind of external lighting happens at the college?
Well, it shifted really. We brought into the school before 2020 some pretty big lights for outdoor courts, and they could be turned on at certain times when in the dark, especially in the winter when darkness came sooner, but couldn't be turned on past a certain time. So that's the way we managed that, because we certainly had some neighbours who were concerned about the amount of lighting that would impact on their view of from where they were living. But then, as part of the construction, the courts where those big outdoor lights were shifted to another part of the school. So we have not had any complaints about that for a long time. Any complaints we did have about it were localised. It wasn't a general movement of angst around the lighting. It was pretty contained, and I think the reassurance about it not, being on all night and not being every night that it was on anyway went a long way to making people feel better about the strength of the lighting that was used on the courts to play sports.
Any further questions? Okay. Thank you very much for your presentation. That was very helpful. Thank you. Okay. We have no more submitters, so we will turn to council officers to respond to matters arising during the hearing. So, Mr. Dutoit, do you want to lead the charge here?
Rena, Commissioner, hearings panel. Just for matters of clarity, would you like to hear from me first or my experts, or do you have a preference? Or
Probably just, yeah. Yeah, probably your experts first to respond to anything arising.
Okay. Is there a particular order that you want the experts to address things?
Not really. We can just go in order of
Okay.
the row.
One of my experts are available online.
It's the lighting.
Correct.
Dentist.
I think that might be to the benefit if we potentially leave the most complicated one to last.
Okay. Hopefully that will work. Thank you.
Thanks.
All right. So who first? The screen now?
I think transport is probably the easiest one to deal with initially, so potentially.
Kia ora, Karen Greeno. I've been a traffic and transport roading engineer for about 25 years, various consultancies and councils. I'm just taking the evidence that I've produced as read. I guess the only thing that I just wanted to add from the submissions was really in response to the Aotea College. I wasn't for some reason I'd missed their the conversation that had been had or their submission. So I just wanted to add that I believe there's going to be a condition around the operating times for construction traffic that has I think been agreed in principle with the applicant to avoid the key times first thing in the school times in the morning and the afternoon. Which, seems pretty sensible to me. I'm not sure why trucks would want to be driving in congested traffic anyway, so it's a reasonable condition. There was also a mention by Aotea about the possibility of maybe a signalised or pedestrian crossing, but I think if the operating time conditions are imposed, I'm not sure there's really a need to have a crossing. It's going to be no different from what happens sort of on a normal day. But I guess there could be some sort of monitoring condition under the construction management plan. And that's really the only additional thing I have to add on top of my evidence.
Questions?
Yep.
You talk in your original statement around the roads. Now, the roads were designed when it was a different kind of zoning, much lower density kind of zoning in the area. Does the upzoning to medium density residential, what are the roads okay for an upscaled development level?
A very good question. I don't think we've actually really tested it since the rezoning. I mean, the PDP is only just coming into operation. I don't think it was necessarily tested. We do have a transport model though for Porirua, and this intersection has had some modelling and testing done in the future, and we're not anticipating any particular issues. Most of the traffic, the queues that have been, there are queues in the morning, absolutely, but that's generally as a result of the signals at the state highway end of Whitford Brown, so it backs up through there, and traffic coming out of Okowai Road tends to go left out, which is with the traffic in the morning, so it tends to flow relatively easily out of Okowai. And there's also, if you wanted to go north, you would go probably up Francis Brown and then out that way past the Woolworths. The intersection of Papakowhai Road, though, is being looked at, and there is a proposal for signalising that intersection in the future. Unfortunately, the council didn't get funding from NZTA for at least the next 3 years anyway, so we're just looking at when that may happen, but I can't guarantee that myself. But
okay, thank you. Just check. Any questions from the screener?
Just one or two. and I'd ask the applicant separately, but in terms of the path, the footpath along Okowai Road along the site frontage, is there an expectation that there would be cyclists on that? Is it a shared path or is it a...
So it is signed as a shared path already. It isn't bylawed as a shared path. There's a slight distinction that has to be tidied up. That is on the programme for being tidied up as an official. But yes,
So the
there are
intention is for cyclists to be able to move
and
along.
also with the recent installation of the Okowai shared path, and hopefully with the intersection upgrade, there probably will be additional cyclists along there. However, the site distances that have been, the design of the entrance means that they can be well seen as cycling along there.
Yeah, and that sort of segues into my next question, which is around if there were a need to extend no stopping lines or something in the along across the access and for a little way, because if there are, it sounds like there can at times be parking pressure. Only at school drop off and pick up, but that's something that council would be able to address as a safety matter, either through no stopping lines or the hockey, the white lines.
Absolutely, that could be monitored in the future. I mean, it's only really for when people are crossing the road that probably the visibility would be impeded if there were parked cars either side of the entrance, rather than cyclists going along the frontage. But yes, that definitely is something that we monitor on a regular basis anyway if there's complaints. But I wouldn't be looking to impose that, from the start.
Yep. You mentioned the traffic being similar to a non-fanciful medium density residential development, and we've sort of explored a little bit what that number might be. Do you have when you made that comment, is that based on what you're feeling of the potential number of houses that could be on that site?
It wasn't particularly the number. It was probably more the traffic patterns that would probably be more impacted and would change with the different activities. So if you had medium residential, the likelihood is that they will be travelling at the same time as the peak hour of the receiving road. So when you have that type of activity, that does add to the impact of traffic. And of course, if we were considering that, we would probably be looking at an upgrade to the intersection, etc. But because this is generally in the opposite direction, they're arriving and they're in the morning and spread out during the day, sort of thing, in different times. It doesn't have the same impact on the receiving environment as a medium density. But I haven't done the specific numbers.
That's good. And then finally, at your paragraph 23, you've set out some transport matters for conditions, and it's whether that you're happy that the drawings and the standards that you're asking to be met, whether they're consistent, that we haven't got any inconsistency there between where one can be met and then it's in any way in conflict with the other.
Are you talking about the difference between the district plans?
So that they're to be constructed in accordance to the application drawings, and then also in accordance with some we've got Code of Land Development, and then and so there's references to council's documents.
They do all align, but we have regular as construction proceeds, we have regular inspections of the engineering, and we sign off the approved engineering plans anyway, so we can be monitoring that. These conditions came from I believe from the Ministry of Education. I think that was in discussion with them, and as I said earlier, I think they have been expanded slightly to include the operating times as well. But I think Stefan could probably talk to them in a bit more detail.
That's all, thank you.
Just a final question. You mentioned the Okowai Road shared pathway development, which I'm vaguely aware of. What happens to it at the south end, into the Whitford Brown? What's the proposal? Where do cyclists go to from that point
So
on?
at the moment, they can turn left up Whitford Brown, and there's a zebra crossing
Right.
that they can cross over. So that's been used. We've had no actual incidents recorded as far as I'm aware, but it's not great crossing. But there is a design to upgrade that intersection to a signalised intersection, which will include cycling and pedestrian phase as part of that. But we haven't had any funding to go ahead with that just yet.
Is there a broader network plan in terms of where that connects to, in terms of to the city centre, for instance?
So at the moment, the cycle network is left up Whitford Brown and along Okowai Road, along that shared path we talked about, and then it heads down into there's a footpath, shared path that goes down towards the motorway and across and into the town centre there. So yeah, we have got a draft cycle active transport plan, but it's not been endorsed yet.
Right.
You should know about that, Robert, because your company.
Okay, thank you. No more questions?
Sorry, I do have one more, which was to do with the construction traffic management plan. When you're receiving construction traffic management plans, are they, who are they prepared by, and is there a need for inclusion of them being a suitably qualified person, and what would that mean to you?
Yeah, I mean, we would assume that they were developed by a qualified traffic engineer in consultation with the construction company. So you can't develop a construction management plan until you've got the contractor on board, because they may have a different methodology of how they're going to construct it, and obviously where they get the source of materials, etc., etc. So, but they should be developed and submitted by a traffic engineer.
Your expectation would be that they were a traffic engineer as opposed to just coming from the contractor.
Yes, that would be the assumption. Yeah, construction traffic management plan. Yes, it would be.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Greenhill. Next on the row, Mr. Dutoit, it's Mr. Gray.
With one slight detour first.
Okay.
I know some of the submitters mentioned the baptism font. Is that something the panel wants addressed by my Wellington water expert, or is it something that they're comfortable with?
I don't think we have any questions for him. No.
Okay.
So,
Can I be so bold as to perhaps suggest that Mr. MacDonald follows?
Right. Yes, but you may tell Mr. Gray that.
And Linda will just circulate his
thank you.
evidence. Thanks.
Thank you. I've got a very short introductory statement to make, which you'll have a copy of now. My name's Christopher MacDonald. I provided a statement of evidence dated 25th October 2024 in which my qualifications and experience are set out. I confirm the matters of fact and opinion contained in that statement of evidence, subject to 2 items that require updating. First, in paragraph 8, that's on page 2 of my evidence, I state that Mackindale Urban's urban design review remains accurate and requires no updates. I've since become aware that a group of trees has been removed from the edge of Whitford Brown Avenue. The screening effect of these trees is mentioned in the review on page 15. However, the review anticipates the possibility of their removal and therefore makes a provisional assessment of visual impact without the screening effect. This assessment remains accurate and is confirmed by Virtual View's updated modelling and simulation for viewpoint 4. But I note that the updated modelling was received after my evidence was submitted. Second point I make is that the Urban Design Review also describes the group of trees as an effective buffer for houses on Kepler Way. That's stated on page 16 of the review. The review does not assess visual effects for this location because it was not included in RMM's landscape and visual assessment report. However, in paragraph 33 of my evidence, that's on page 12 of the evidence, I state, from the nearest vantage point in Kepler Way, existing vegetation partially blocks sightlines. Now that statement's no longer accurate. With the trees removed, some houses on Kepler Way will have uninterrupted sightlines towards the proposed development, and I count about 4 houses in that situation. However, the paragraph's overall conclusion remains valid, and that is that the additional height of the main parapet above the 11-metre maximum makes little difference to the view. And then finally on these alterations, in paragraph 48 of my evidence, I comment on visual dominance and loss of visual amenity, issues raised by submitters. I make the general statement that viewing distances and, in some cases, screening vegetation mitigate the visual impact of height. The reference to screening vegetation should be given less weight now because it was made with the Whitford brown trees in mind. The remainder of the paragraph requires no qualification. So I just underscore the fact that these changes don't alter any of the conclusions in my evidence, but it's good to put them on the record, and probably has more of a bearing on the earlier urban design review. So just very briefly, in summary, my evidence aims to establish why the proposed temple is, despite size and distinctiveness, a positive addition to the cityscape of the Aotea Basin. This is because the proposal is consistent with the chain of institutional precincts and recreation or open space reserves on the eastern side of Porirua Harbour. The proposal is comparable to large suburban churches in the Wellington region. It's modulated to achieve visual interest and a scale that is compatible with nearby housing. My evidence also addresses the issue of the temple's excess height. I argue that perceived height and bulk are influenced less by the building's towers and more by its central and lateral volumes, which exceed the height limit by a more modest amount. I also note that the temple's proportions are carefully judged, and reducing the size of just 1 or 2 elements would upset the composition. And finally, my evidence describes how the temple serves as a local landmark, marking a key moment in the journey from hills to harbour within the Aotea Basin, and attracting and rewarding attention with design and construction of an unusually high quality. That's the end of my statement.
Okay, thank you. I'll just have a couple of quick questions before I turn to the panel. You referenced the Mackendale Urban Design Review. Were you the author of that review, or
jointly with Graham Mackendale?
Jointly with Graham Mackendale. Okay. Thank you. Just to clarify a point you made in paragraph 25 of your statement, where you talked from distant viewpoints, there's an unsettling equivalence between front and rear. Could you just expand on that? What do you mean by unsettling equivalence?
Yes, that's the result of the building having 2 identical, as far as I could tell, identical towers, one at either end. The building references classical architecture, and under most circumstances, a classical building would have a dominant central element, so lateral symmetry, but a dominant central element. Not always a tall element, but if you think of the front of a cathedral, for example, there might be towers either side of the main gable end. The gable end would be not as tall as the towers, but it would be a more substantial element and would be the focus of the view. I do think with this building, one of its characteristics, when it's seen from the side, that is the long elevation, that both ends of the building have an equivalence which doesn't allow you to focus on a single central point. Now, that's not necessarily a criticism, but it's a feature of the building. I then go on to say that the entry portico at the southern end of the building adds weight to that end of the building, so that slightly tips the balance in favour of the southern portion of the building. I also note that when the building's seen in perspective from north or south, one of those towers becomes dominant simply because it's closer. So it's not meant to be a criticism, it's really meant to be just pointing out a slightly unusual attribute of the building's architecture.
Thank you. Well, just going back to your summary, because you do say these points in your statement. Comparable to large suburban churches in Wellington region, we've kind of heard conflicting points on that. Do you want to talk to that in terms of where these comparisons can be drawn?
Yes, I thought there were two lines of argument, weren't there? One were that the comparisons I'd made, the examples I'd used were, let's say, from the middle of last century, and that churches are no longer of that scale, possibly because congregations are smaller, but I think the implication from one of the submitters today was that churches are no longer as significant, religion is no longer as significant within the community at large. And I think there's some validity to that point. If we're looking for landmark buildings, we probably don't look to religious buildings as much as we would have a couple of hundred years ago. I think there's validity there. Landmarks have always been in short supply. That's one of the reasons they're a landmark. They're in particular short supply these days. The government buildings filled this role. Banks, banks, but also government buildings such as post offices, police stations maybe. Those are now relatively anonymous elements in the environment, often rented accommodation. So true landmark buildings are few and far between, and we're probably quite reliant on things like museums and art galleries and so on. But I think the point about religious buildings being less relevant to the community at large is probably well made. It's clearly not the case with the community we've heard from in relation to the application. The Takapuahia and the subset of the Porirua community obviously do have a strong association with their religion. So I've got some sympathy for that view that churches no longer have the prominence perhaps that they used to have.
And just on that vein, you talk about the chain of institutional precincts on the side of the harbour, but it does differ quite significantly in scale and extent and architecture from those other institutional precincts. I'm thinking, but in particularly the Wellington Police College, and the sort of the, dare I say it, Greek kind of village kind of pattern of buildings you've got, of quite white light buildings. Sorry, do you want to? I'm just trying to see. It's quite a different element institutionally than those elements.
Yes, I'd argue that all those precincts are different. They all have quite a distinct character. Their similarity is probably limited to campus planning, building an open space, detached buildings, freestanding buildings in open space. The police college itself is composed of, I haven't inspected it closely, but there is a multi-storey building and multi-storey block. There is the housing you've just described, which is more sort of cluster hillside housing. It must have other elements as well. They're quite different in character from Aotea College. So I don't know that there's any commonality among the built elements in that wider area. The relationship or the characteristic that I draw attention to is the fact that they are principally open spaces, and that includes areas like Aotea Lagoon, that they are planned sites, and they have buildings that are conspicuously larger and have a different function and character from the housing, which primarily occupies the hillside. This would certainly be an addition to that zone, which is yet again of a different character in terms of its architectural characteristics, yes.
And you would have heard one submitter yesterday, I think, saying that the police college is not a good comparison because it's sort of scattered along the eastern hillside. It's not on a prominent sort of ridge or location. What's your response to that point?
I was interested in that comment. It's hard to sight from the road. I've driven around trying to do that, but I would imagine it is visible from some elevated housing, possibly in Okowai. I couldn't say that with absolute certainty. It's certainly visible from the other side of the harbour, of course. I think I probably can't add more than that, sorry, yes.
Okay, thank you. Other questions?
Just related to the open space, in one of your paragraphs in your evidence, you said that the on-site open space mitigates the effect of excess height. And I just wondered, is it as simple as that? If you've got ground around, does that mean that the height, the height that is over and above is mitigated? I just wondered if it was as simple as that.
I think there was part of a broader argument that the overheight elements are small in relation to the total site, and also constitute a fraction of the total building footprint. I mean, the most overheight elements are the two towers, which of course are very slender. So it's a building with a lot of space around it. It's not an intensive development of the site. And I think that lack of intensity, that low intensity development, needs to be taken into account when we look at other aspects of the development which suggest largeness.
Yeah, so you did go on to say that the large, I just want about the larger the footprint. Does that mean larger the effect?
Well, if the building was 37.5 metres high over its full footprint, it would certainly have a larger effect, yes, as an office block might do.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. And it's quite a different proposition from that.
And I realise these are some of them are your initial points to a larger argument, but sometimes when you say something, I grab it and think, how does that work? But you also say that the temple acts as a counterpoint to nearby housing, and that this relationship doesn't involve a harsh contrast in scale. And I'm not an urban designer, so I just need to understand what you mean by that.
In terms of the scale relationship in particular?
Yeah,
yes,
you said it acts as a counterpoint to nearby housing, and it's
But-
not a harsh contrast. I'm just thinking some submitters thought it's going to be a huge contrast, so I'm just interested in your point when you say that it wouldn't be.
It is a contrast.
Yeah.
It stands out. It's distinctive. So that's the counterpoint. I would argue that urban landscapes need such contrast. We tend not to favour complete uniformity. I'd qualify that by saying that in most environments in the Wellington region, certainly around Porirua, landscape, so-called natural elements, mostly modified natural elements, provide contrast. But it's an urban setting, and from my perspective, built form should also supply some of that quality. I sometimes use the phrase leavening the mix. We don't want to see hillsides carpeted with identical houses. We wouldn't find that pleasing. So the counterpoint I see as a positive. The scale relationship is, we try and put that as simply as possible. My understanding of scale is that it refers to relative size. So it's a dimensional comparison between two things. And to fully understand the meaning of the scale relationship, you need to understand the subject and object of comparison. And they're often not stated, it's often implicit. In a planning context, in a resource consent context, I would say quite often the chief comparison being made is between a new building and its context, its nearby buildings. So when I say there's a positive scale relationship, or it's not a harsh relationship, what I'm referring to is that there are visual modules within the new building, the temple in particular, that are similar in size and ideally shape as well to other buildings in that context. Now that's mostly housing. The example I think I used in relation to the windows on the main elevation was if you took a set of, I think there are 8 windows, and looked at them as a single visual unit, as I think we do intuitively. We're not conscious of that, but we do. You know, it's approximately the same size and shape as a row of townhouses. The whole temple's only about as long as 6.5 metre wide townhouses, right? It's not St Paul's Cathedral in Wellington. But the point I'm making is even a large building, a building that's conspicuously larger than a house, can have within it visual modules, units of the composition that are similar in size and preferably shape as well to those smaller buildings in its vicinity. It's a comparison that's usually made with adjacency, the house next to the temple, and we saw a slide of that the other day. In this case, that separation makes the comparison less critical, I would say, because you really have to see two things alongside each other to judge their relative size. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, that was helpful.
Yes, and I'll just jump in. Commissioner Burge has asked a couple of exactly kind of questions that I was pondering, but so with this, what would be, in your mind, an example of a harsh contrast in scale in this sort of context?
Well, if you took the main volume of the temple, so a building of that size and shape, and you clad it all with curtain wall, a sort of smooth glass wall, let's take away some of the, it's got lateral volumes which help to modulate the scale. I think then there would be no intermediate detail between the overall size of the building and an observer or an adjacent house. Because I'm anticipating these sorts of questions, the only example I could think of was a dairy factory in the landscape, which often, rear up out of the landscape. They probably are similar in size, dimensionally similar to the temple, but they're usually clad with a sort of seamless metal cladding. Now, that can be quite dramatic, and for a moment as you go past in the car, you might think, oh, wow, but you probably wouldn't want to live next to it. And so the lack of surface detail and the lack of additive compositional massing would, so that the simpler the element, the less detail, whether it's through massing or surface articulation, the stronger the contrast would be in that instance. Yes.
Thank you. That's helpful. And then I'm wanting to explore the combined effect of the height and the lighting, because we see, I think your view is, because of it's a relatively, the oversized elements are relatively small, and so you're comfortable with that. And then we've got the combined effect where the lighting standards rely on the height standards as a protection to some degree, I suppose. So then we've got light being thrown onto the spires for those hours of darkness, and I'm just, if you could maybe talk to how what you think about that effect, the combined effect.
Okay, that's not something I had considered prior to this, so I'll have to just think about that for a moment. I stayed away from lighting in my evidence. The Urban Design Review touched on it. The building occupies, the temple occupies quite a dark setting. It's not a central city location. And so being illuminated at night, it requires very little illumination to stand out at night time, I'll put it that way. I think it's appropriate for a landmark building to be illuminated to some extent, but it only requires very subtle illumination for that to be effective given the setting. Now, it's not quite the answer to your question. Does the illumination add to the effective height? I think yes, it must. I mean, it increases the presence of the building in the landscape. And at night time, with the temple illuminated but not the surroundings, other than perhaps the site itself, that element won't have it won't have the balancing effect of other components of the view. So yes.
Thank you. And then I've made a note on the urban design review about a recommendation for lighting to be tested once operational. So I'm assuming that that was included in that. My note refers to it being included in there. So is that a sort of following on? Is that?
Look, it was just meant to be a helpful suggestion. I think the lighting debate's gone well beyond my expertise. It seems to have gone down a standards-driven approach. Listening on Monday, I heard that it will be essentially calibrated during the commissioning process, so we have certainty that the standards will be met. I also heard that if there's to be any extension to the lighting after 10 o'clock, that was a separate resource consent process, and that could involve a reaction to current conditions, which is the kind of monitoring. To be honest, I think the lighting discussion has gone down a separate track from lighting up the building and then sort of putting the dimmer switch up and down and simply deciding what an appropriate level is. I heard on Monday the applicant say that one of the problems with that approach is there's no certainty about how it would be conducted. Obviously there would need to be protocols. Who would make that assessment, and so on. I still think it's a useful method. It's been used in other projects I've been involved with a long time ago, but in relation to advertising signs. And it's a facility that we have at our fingertips nowadays with dimmable LED lighting.
Thank you.
Just going a comment you just made just before to an answer to the question, that a nighttime illumination won't, and I'm paraphrasing probably, won't have the balancing effect of other features during the day. Where does that lead you in terms of your conclusions from an urban design perspective at night time? Because there will be a lot of lit features during night time, but not necessarily right in the context of the temple. That contrast you saying can be quite pleasing. Is that still there, or is it different?
Well, during the daytime, even from relatively close proximity, viewpoint 4 I think is quite instructive. I do point out Kepler Way is closer still. The temple building, the whole proposal, is still seen in a context of other elements. At night time, there'll be fewer of those present. Okowai Road will be illuminated, Whitford Brown Avenue will be illuminated, the highway might be visible in the distance, and of course the lights on the other side of the harbour for some residents. But it's an edited view, and so those objects that are illuminated, those sources of illumination that do exist in a simpler frame of reference. And so, yes, the temple will be more prominent because of that.
But that's still not a negative outcome in your view?
Well, I see the temple in positive terms. Yes, and I repeat the comment I made earlier. Because of the generally dark backdrop, very subtle lighting will achieve what I believe is the benefits of identifying a landmark building after dark. It really only needs to be a subtle glow to achieve that purpose.
Thank you. And I just, again, looking at your statement on your last page of your statement, I just want a little bit more clarification. Your point, your paragraph, the end of paragraph 50, on top of page 15. Just for you to help me, as I'm not an urban designer either, you talk about the value of local markers and the layering of meaning lead me to reject suggestions that the temple is the wrong landmark for Porirua or that the site is inappropriate. Can you just elucidate that on that a bit more?
Yes. I think most people will recognise this building as a temple belonging to the Church of Jesus Christ of the Latter-day Saints. They've developed quite a recognisable signature architecture. So almost everybody will understand it has that meaning. I think it will also become emblematic of Porirua. Now, I say it can't operate as a landmark on a city-wide basis, only because you don't see it in the landscape of the wider city. But through imagery and through experience, it's a building that will be associated with Porirua City and to some extent Wellington as a whole. So that's another meaning that's associated with it. But I think there are also some quite prosaic meanings. I think the example I used was that it will punctuate that journey from the hills of Aotea and beyond down towards the harbour. And I do think the relationship to Whitford Brown Avenue is a very beneficial one in terms of that kinetic experience. So for someone on their commute by way of Whitford Brown Avenue, every morning they will pass that building and it will, for them, represent a moment in the journey, the moment when they join the highway or the moment when they reach the harbour. So those are quite perhaps trivial associations that are made with landmark buildings, but they're meaningful to individuals. So what I'm really saying is, even though it's recognisable as a religious building and probably as a temple, it will acquire meanings beyond that which aren't specific to the church. For some people, it will be associated with a visit to the lagoon. I think I would expect people to photograph the reflection of the building in the lagoon in certain circumstances. And so those associations will be built up through individual experience, and some of them are quite sort of prosaic, everyday things.
All right. And just a final question, I'm not sure how to ask this. Is there a temporal element to urban design in terms of a building being brand new to a landscape versus after 20 years or whatever it is? Is there a sort of perceptive kind of change, or are the points you're making valid from day one through to whatever?
Well, certainly the impact is strongest on people already familiar with that environment, and I guess we're thinking of the residents of the Aotea Basin principally. The impact will be greatest early on, and then, like any element in the view, as we become accustomed to it, it doesn't attract our attention to the same degree. I think some of the relationships I described, that movement sequence coming down Whitford Brown Avenue, I think that will be as valid in 20 years' time as it is now. I don't think that will change. The building itself won't lose its intrinsic quality. I just underscore that point. Any building that stands out, that is conspicuous, I think there's a high level of expectation for it. It needs to reward attention as well as simply attracting attention. And this building, by any measure, does that. I mean, it's an exceptionally well-designed and carefully made building. I'd struggle to find an equivalent, actually, in the Wellington region. So that quality, that landmark quality, won't change. In fact, if anything, it will increase over time as the landscape matures and the granite cladding weathers and gets a sort of patina. Unlike some modern materials, stone cladding will improve over time rather than degrade.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions?
Okay, thank you.
Awesome. McDonald. Who next? Mr. Gray? Is he allowed to come to the front?
I'll allow it.
Okay. Mr. Gray will come to the front then.
Commissioner, I think I need to at least be on record before Mr. Gray starts that in the last 2 hours, my lightning expert have reached a position where he's in agreement with the applicant's expert in terms of the standard breach.
Right.
So hopefully that makes it a bit easier instead of having to juggle whether or not it's non-compliant with standard S5 or standard S6. So it's only standard S5 that's still in play.
Okay, thank you for that. It's helpful. Okay. With that noted, Mr. Gray, we've got your summary statement here or summary response.
Yep.
We'll just wait for all parties. Right. Okay.
Kia ora, Andrew Gray, landscape architect for the council. So I guess just responding to a image that came up yesterday in submitters where they'd decided to add the temple in to the image that had been supplied by the Rough Milne visual assessment. Both myself and Rough Milne deemed that there was no view of the temple from that site. So just pointing out that image kind of is a false, and just pointing out that, because it has been presented in a public online forum, that is clear that that is not the application in front of us.
But you just said it wouldn't be visible from that point on the road at all? Not even above the trees?
No.
Okay.
Sorry, just on that point, could you just remind me of the name of that road?
John
changes. It's
John Burke Drive, isn't it?
So it's John Burke after you've gone past the college. So up to the college, you're on Okowai, and then after the college, you've got the road going up to the left, which also changes the name halfway up.
Right.
But this one becomes John Burke Drive, basically where Jenny Brash Bush Reserve is on the corner.
Okay. Thank you. I did question the submitter about that, whether they had imposed that. So thank you for.
I did, when they were speaking, I did pinpoint the actual street view location. It's outside 22 John Burke Drive.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yep.
So which I've just gone straight back to. So
and they had used the image that was in the Rough and Milne visual assessment, and I guess
and they just plucked it in.
And it's actually not even in the right location. It's in by the exit drive for Gear Homestead, which is there's a big knoll in front. So obviously they had anticipated that maybe Rough and Milne hadn't decided to put it in for that. But the reason that's not being put in there is because you can't see it.
You can't see it. Thank you. It's helpful.
Yep, thank you.
The revised application has obviously changed aspects. We're now talking about a shot blasted white granite. So I think when you look at reflected light, and that's been picked up in the lighting assessment, is if you had a stone, you could have a mirror finish to the stone. Obviously, by having a rough texture of shot blasting, it does decrease the light that gets reflected from that surface. Originally, they had applied for under S6 to go for the city centre zone. And so that zone is also the same as downtown Auckland. So it's it's designed for a location where you've got a lot of city lights around you. Obviously, this isn't it. And so it's good to see the application has come back to the suburban level of brightness, because there's quite a big difference between that 10 and 25. So the city centre brightness is more than double the intensity of the lightness or brightness of the light. And in the evidence by Mr. Andrew Linley on behalf of he's talking about 4.1, so it's even going half of what's permitted in that zone. I guess to be determined on site though, finally. They've also changed the colour of the light from 4000K, which was a natural light, to 3000K, so this brings in a bit more of a yellowy tinge to it. And so I'm not the expert in this, but there's kind of ecological reports coming out suggesting that warmer light is better. Wellington City Council has recently changed the lighting along Common Court because it doesn't affect the penguins as much, being a yellower light. They've also now changed the lighting will be turned off at 10 p.m. I think the other thing that is left now, and I'm not the lighting expert, I'll leave it to the lighting experts to conclude this, but there's a bit about that is not being complied with is sky glow. And so my understanding is it measures the percentage of fittings pointing up, but not the intensity of the sky glow. So by complying with S5, even though you are having light fittings pointing up that contribute to sky glow, the level of intensity or brightness going into the sky is reduced. Probably if you want to ask questions, it's probably best to leave it to the lighting, but that's my understanding of it.
Let's repeat what you just said again, just for my head.
So my understanding of the rules, and you know, I'm happy to be contradicted or agreed with by the lighting expert later, is the sky glow is measuring the ratio of lights that are pointing above the horizon. So you could have, I think the standard is 2% at the moment. I think we're talking about 18% pointing upwards. So it's like at the ratio of lighting above the horizon. It's not talking about the brightness of those lights. So what it's saying is those lights can contribute to sky glow because they are pointing above the horizon. The other thing to consider, I guess, with sky glow is the intensity of those, and the applicant has now reduced it down from what they originally applied for of 25 down to 4. So my reading of that is the brightness of the lights pointing up to the sky are less than what was originally applied for. Still pointing up to the sky, but, or some of them, 18%. I guess going through the submissions and the submitters is a lot kind of we're commenting about the greenfields, and it appears that many of them had viewed that area as potentially as reserve land because it was continuous. There was no development on it. It was just kind of a few trees and grass. Obviously, the applicant has owned the site for a long time. In fact, they've owned it since most of the people lived on Aotea. Speaking with our planners, and again, I'm not a planner, I'm not the expert here, but they can talk to this, is there's a, what has been discussed as a permitted baseline. I'm not quite sure if that's the right terminology, but approximately 3 buildings the size of the ancillary building could be built on that site as of right without any consultation. And so I guess when we're looking at the visual effects, you're really looking at the difference between what would be permitted and what's being applied for. So I've done a little diagram there where you can kind of see the area in red is 50% site coverage. And I think most people get quite shocked when they see that 50% site coverage looks really big. It doesn't look like 50%. And it's because you end up with a thin edge around it. And visually it looks more than 50%, but the site is basically, I mean, that is slightly over 50% by 3 square metres, so excuse me, I didn't get it quite right. And I'm sure that, that's not necessarily a complying, but it gives you an idea of what 50% of the site coverage could look like. And when you look at the image below, you can see that the amount of site coverage being applied for is relatively low compared to what would be permitted. And so the massing of those buildings has a big visual effect. And as far as I'm aware, there's no restrictions on style or colour in this zone by the council. So they could build white buildings on those. They could be illuminated at night according to the district plan rules. And so the visual effect to me is more, really comes down to the towers. It's the slender towers is the thing that I think is the visual difference that we're considering here, rather than the bulk of the building below the towers. I did pick up my own error that I'd referred to the temple as being 9 metres wide on page 2 of my evidence. Obviously it's not, it's 19.3 metres, although, you know, I was aware of how wide the temple is because the diagram below clearly is labelled with the dimensions of the temple. I did note in the evidence that the Rough and Milne evidence that they referred to the residential housing at being 320 metres away. I think this is a carryover, is that their viewpoint that they've taken the image from is 320 metres away. There are some houses in front of that location that are lower down in that kind of fjord area. Interesting is when the trees were cut down by Aotea College on the foreground, I went and took some photos to compare it with the Rough and Milne, and there was still some trees there. I was going, I don't have a 100% clear view to the site, and so started doing some investigations. And you can see in that first image, obviously in the past, there was no view actually from Kepler Way to the temple site. There was actually a large group of pine trees on Aotea College. And so the first of those were removed about 2013. And so the image down below, you can see that area has been freshly cleared. But obviously there was some gum trees in there, and it appears that they have either coppiced or regrown from seed. And so you can see that by 2018, they were starting to appear on that frontage. And even in 2022, they're actually relatively getting quite big. And when you look at the size of what was there, they were reasonable sized gums. And so image 10, looking at those closest ones, I've kind of mapped in that orange area where we've got a mix of macrocarpa, pine and gum trees. Now there's no guarantee that the college will keep those trees, but I guess it's indicating that because the temple isn't that close to properties and is always overlooking other properties, it's a bit of a borrowed view. Is the neighbour in between your viewpoint and the temple can influence what you see. And so if the school starts doing more planting to replace the pines that were taken out along Whitford Brown, again, over time, these will soften the view from that location to the temple. And as you heard from the principal, there could be buildings built, and I don't know where that would go on the site, but again, you could have large commercial grade buildings potentially within the school grounds in the foreground again. So I think, yeah, it's just kind of giving you a bit of viewpoint of something that isn't, I guess, directly mitigating it, but may prove to mitigate it in the future. I've finished, yes. Do you have any questions?
Mr. Gray?
I guess just on your last point, you know, you can't rely on your neighbours to protect your view. That's essentially what you're saying, aren't you?
Correct. Yeah.
And the converse of that is that your neighbours may help soften the view as well. Sorry, if you just give me a minute, I'm just going back to your original. Just in terms of the trees that are, or the landscaping that's proposed on site, and I think you were here the first day when I talked about, you know, what age are those trees and the landscaping plans and that sort of thing. When you talk of one of the viewpoints, I think it's viewpoint 7, you talk of a medium term to achieve this level of mitigation from trees. I just wondered what medium term was. What do you consider a medium term to be?
Now, viewpoint 7's the one down Whitford Brown, kind of the low point.
I'll have to get it in front of me because I don't know either. Did I hear a little? I heard a little yes, so I'll go with
Correct.
that.
Yeah. Okay. Yes, so that's the one that actually was being used when the trees were being discussed. So it's the temple being viewed end on from a point lower than the temple site. And you're seeing that what I'd call the short end of the temple. And you're basically seeing it in line with the axes of the temple. Yes, I kind of would have, on the talk, on the first day there was talk that the trees may reach 20 metres. I would say that Porirua has a kind of slightly different climate from a lot of the rest of New Zealand. We do get coastal winds, strong coastal winds, and that rewa probably wouldn't reach 20 metres in 10 years. I think it would be a lot longer than that.
Yeah.
I noticed though in the planting plan there are olives in there that are better suited. Putakawa's in there as well in the midst. So it's not relying on one species as well.
I think your supplementary is answered. I had a couple of questions about the light temperature, which you've talked about. Thank you. It's been helpful.
So in your in the supplementary statement, you've pointed out the reduction, the shift from the luminance from the 25 to 10, and that's useful, and that the forecast luminance is the 4.1. Given the lighting of the higher areas of the spires, do you consider any merit in controlling the luminance of the spires down to the sort of more forecast level, rather than the district plan standard? I think that's...
Just clarifying, so are you saying to the 4.1?
Yes, or to 5, but I mean the 10 is in excess of twice of what the forecast. So in theory, while it's forecast at 4.1, I think the way the conditions are heading at the moment would mean that it could be, the whole temple could be lit to 10, which would be
what the district plan was. I guess the question is, if you ask me hand on heart, I couldn't probably tell the difference between 4 and 5, and it's very hard, I think, for the general public to understand that. I think these are international lighting standards, so they're, it's a joint New Zealand-Australian standard. So I guess it's been well argued that the 10 is an appropriate level of lighting for a suburban type setting in a city. and has been agreed by lighting experts.
Yeah, I'm just as you can probably tell, I'm grappling with the combined effect of the height and the light. So I totally understand that for the for a certain height, it would be the 10 is fine, and just trying to understand the effect of potentially that the luminance of the higher elements.
Yeah, I mean, I would concur with the urban designer's comment that a softer glow is probably in my original evidence. I had a photo from overseas where the temple was lit up to a significantly higher brightness level than the surrounding areas. And my comment there was, even if you lit that temple at a lower level, it would still stand out just due to the large facade of the building compared to everyone else, where typically New Zealanders, apart from maybe at Christmas time, don't light up their houses' facades so much. They don't tend to light it up continuously. And obviously the domestic-sized houses are of a significantly different scale to what's proposed here, which is a...
So you may not be able to answer this, but do you, if for the residents of Aotea, if they were will there be a discernible difference between a luminance of 5 or 10?
I would think it would be half. But yeah, again, I'm... S5, yeah. I'm a lot more comfortable.
And what is your opinion about the commissioning of the lights and calibration to the surrounding nightscape?
I'm picking that we've got now a standard, and that the lighting experts between them can quantify those to the Australian New Zealand standard. It's something I think that once you're on site, they can come on, and I'm hoping they can go, right, yes, we can measure that. And what I've seen in the evidence, it seems to lead me to believe that they could measure that and determine it and quantify it.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions, Mr. Gray? No. No, thank you. So thank you very much, Mr. Gray. We will take a break for lunch and resume at 1:45. Can I just put both council and the applicant on alert that we did get those two cases referred to by Mr. Dutoit on Monday, circulated. And so I would be expecting some sort of response on those cases in respect of this matter. So that'll be good. Okay, thank you very much. We'll take a break. We'll adjourn until 1:45. Good afternoon, everybody. The hearing will resume on our lunch break. We are still getting the responses from the council officers and advisors. We have online to respond to any matters arising and to answer any questions. Mr. Domenico De Vincentis, if I pronounced that correctly. So welcome. Do you want to have any sort of make any points or responses before we ask you any questions? Oh, you're on mute. The screen's on mute. Go crazy. Yeah, could you just do a test?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Perfect. Yep, that's great.
Okay, thank you so much. Well, good afternoon to everyone. And my name is Domenico De Vincentis. Just as an introduction, associate lighting designer at Stephenson and Turner. I have been working in the lighting field in the last 35 years, and I'm also a lecturer of lighting design at Massey University in Auckland. And fully open, not sure about the procedure, if there is any question at the beginning, or should I start with some consideration I've been discussing with Stefan this morning?
Yes, if you could start out, any consideration or any responses you have.
Okay, well, the evidence I supplied, I believe what regards rules S1, S2, S3, and S4 are out of discussion at the moment after the applicant have accepted to switch off the lights at 10 p.m. at night time. So that means the light will be operational only on pre-curfew time. So the outstanding points here, in my opinion, are compliance with S5 and X6. Regarding the S5, I can understand that the report stated by NDY refers that only 2% of the light emitted will be tilted up. And it's incident to the temple facade, I mean, and the remaining 18%, therefore, will be emitted towards the sky. And of course, based on that, will exceed the 2% limit requested by the Porirua City Council standards. I understand that those percentages are a result of test calculations because, of course, the installation is not built yet. And then based it, of course, on the technical information supplied in the lighting design project. Normally, the usual procedure in those cases when a lighting installation, an outdoor lighting installation, facade lighting is installed, there is, of course, at the end, a time for testing and commissioning. And that's the time when it is verified if the lighting design parameters that were on the lighting design project are achieved on site. In lots of cases are perfectly achieved, but in many others will require some adjustments. If for any reason the facade lighting is not satisfactory and some lighting is not completely incident on the facade, but is spread towards the sky, that is the moment for re-aiming and reorienting the luminaires and adjusting them in a correct way, in such a way that light is not spread towards the sky. So, my opinion is this is feasible with the proposed lighting fittings. Those lighting fittings are certainly the most advanced type of luminaires that could be used for facade lighting or any type of surface illumination, are from probably what is regarded the best manufacturer in the world. And certainly could be aimed and oriented properly. It's important to understand that we are not here floodlighting the facade. We are framing the facade with lighting. So the type of light fitting that has been specified emits a specific light beam, and this is done by the internal optic of the fitting plus the external accessories that are added to control light spillage or glare. The light is precisely oriented towards specific points and has a specific coverage, and this is very, very accurate due to the perfection reached with the current LED lenses. So I believe it's absolutely feasible with the proposed type of spotlights to perfectly illuminate the building facade without exceeding the surface of the facade. That means the light will be completely contained on the building facade and not projected towards the sky. So, but this is something that, of course, has to be observed on site at the end and has to be re-emitted and oriented as required to achieve this result. So, in my opinion, to ensure compliance with Rule S5, my proposal is that the consent, to include a consent condition requiring that once installed, the facade lighting should be tested and commissioned on site, but with the presence of an independent lighting professional to check that everything has been aimed and oriented properly, and the Rule S5 complies in this case. So this is a way of ensuring that whatever is specified on the plan really happens on site, and we are ensuring that no light will be spread towards the sky. And by the way, this is the normal procedure with any type of facade of illumination, and specifically is very accurate in cities, because in this case we have the temple surrounded by a vegetation environment. But imagine doing this in a building in the middle of a city, Auckland City, for example, has been the case many times, and there are buildings next door, so you don't want to lit the buildings next door for lots of obvious reasons, like spillage and glare mostly. So you want to concentrate the light on the building you are illuminating only. And this is perfectly achievable in this case, in my opinion. So as much as we ensure that this is achieved on site with proper aiming and orientation, I believe the compliance with Rule S5 will be achieved. And regarding Rule 6, well, has been already agreed, I believe, that the luminance level will not exceed the 10 candelas per square meter. The NDI report states that basic calculations will reach no more than 4 point something, less than 5 candelas per square meter, which is better. In my opinion, 10 candelas per square meter is an acceptable level. I had been listening to many different opinions expressed before regarding landscape and vision of the temple building at nighttime. And based on my experience, I consider that 10 candelas per square meter is very reasonable. It's not a high luminance level, it's very subtle, and is appropriate not just for the temple itself, but also considering the environment where the temple is located, a residential environment surrounded also by vegetation. And of course, there is already existing ambience lighting in the area. We are not illuminating a building in a complete darkness, surrounded in a forest, completely surrounded by darkness. We are illuminating a building in an urban environment where there is already ambience lighting. But 10 candelas per square meter as a maximum, I consider is quite a reasonable level. And this also has to be assessed on site once completed. The luminance level can be measured at many different points of the facade, and we can then check if really is not exceeding the maximum permitted. This is pretty much what we have been discussed recently, and not sure. I'm open to any question or any consideration on this regard.
Okay, thank you. Just to clarify, you think it's perfectly achievable to get the lighting, lighting of the building, the illumination down to 2% of sky glow?
I believe it's achievable if the lights are correctly aimed and oriented, and the light beams are not exceeding the coverage of the facade.
And that includes the tower spires?
of course, the entire building.
Right, okay.
Remember that the light beam is extremely precise.
Yeah.
What the light beam will do on the facade is marking a surface of light,
Right.
an illuminated surface, and that will be very visible. Based in accessories, lenses, and etc., we can make that light beam, that illuminated area, to be oblong, or square, or circular, etc. That's what we call framing the building with lighting.
Right.
So, and that's perfectly achievable with the equipment that had been specified. Worst case scenario, if on site is not achieved for whatever, the applicant has to consider maybe changing the type of light fittings, or changing the type of lenses, or doing adjustments as required to achieve that compliance. But I believe with the proposal, equipment is feasible.
Okay, so that answers my second question around, does there need to be a bit of wriggle room about that compliance in case it can't be 2%, it's 4%, for instance?
Sorry, can you repeat that? What do you mean?
Just the question around whether there would need to be any wriggle room so that if it's not 2%, if it's 4%, for instance, then they wouldn't trigger another consent process because they're breaching a condition or a standard. So does there need to be any wriggle room? It can be fixed at 2%. It doesn't need to be a little bit of, it's 3%, so that's okay. Kind of thing.
Well, mind you, the difference between 2% and 2% in terms of visual perception is pretty hard to define, really. See, also for the reason that we are not directing the light towards anybody's faces. So nobody can see that light spread towards the sky, or when you go to the sky with a helicopter or a drone, etc., and measure that light from there. So it really is a theoretical value we are talking about here. This is based in calculation and estimations. Unless somebody can go to the top of the spire and measuring how much light is not hitting the spire, we cannot check that exactly. We can pretty much reach an approximate conclusion based in the site aiming, and of course supported by the calculations. But exact precise values here is pretty hard to achieve. Not impossible, but it's pretty hard to achieve in this case. To cover our shoulders, maybe if we specify that the difference between 2 or 3% is not that relevant, there is, let's say, a percentage that we could consider in excess, let's say 10%, that makes still the luminance, the light spillage toward the sky acceptable, even if maybe not 100% compliant with 2% maximum.
So that would be the role of that independent lighting professional, would be to get some sort of agreement or third party to say, yeah, that's acceptable.
The independent lighting professional will be on site during the aiming and will witness with the contractor and probably also with the lighting designer that what being the correct illumination of the facade, and pretty much achieving as much as possible all the standards. And that professional should issue a final report with his observations regarding.
Okay, thank you. Any questions on the panel?
So if I've understood correctly, with regard to the luminance, there is a high degree of control in terms of the degree of luminance.
Yes.
Yeah. And are you able to help me by describing whether there would be any what for a layperson viewing the building, would there be what level of change would there be between, say, a 5 and a 10 degree of luminance?
You mean in terms of achieving the perfect luminance?
So is it much of a difference to somebody viewing it? I mean, depending, does the level of luminance have a significant effect on how the building will be perceived from somebody looking at it from say their house?
Well, yes. Higher is the luminance, more noticeable is the facade, much brighter will be. Remember that the facade in this case is a clear color. It has some reflective characteristics. And what we will see when we illuminate the facade is the glow of that facade reflected towards us. So more intense is the light hitting the building, more intense will be that light that we are perceiving reflected from the building. I calculated that considering the type of material using on the facade, the reflectance will be around 70%. So that means if 100 lumens hit the facade, 70% of that will return back to us, and that's what makes the building visible. Of course, more we dim down the lights, more still the building will be perceived, but gradually lower is the luminance level, less bright the building will be. Still the building will be noticeable, but noticeable in a subtle way, which I consider in this case is the right way to go, considering the type of building, the surrounding environment, the vision from the surrounding residential properties, the background of the building, and the overall landscape of the area, the overall vision of the area. So I believe 10 candelas per square meter is reasonable in this case. And we have to also say that even if we are in an urban area, the background of the temple, based on the images I had been checking before, is some vegetation. So vegetation is quite intrinsically dark. So in this case, a very low luminance will make the building very visible, even if the luminance is very low. So, but I insist that 10 candelas per square meter is an acceptable value.
Thank you.
Mind you, adding something else, if we were in a complete dark environment, let's say no urban area, 10 candelas per square meter would be too much, because in this case works also the matter of contrast. So in an urban area, we're expecting that there is a certain level of ambience lighting already there. And even if the building has a relatively dark background, still the area is illuminated enough and there is enough reflected light on the full extent of the landscape. So if we were in a complete dark environment, even with five candelas would be too much in some cases, because it would be extremely bright due to the contrast. But in this case, our contrast is a bit less, so 10 candelas per square meter is acceptable. Visibility is always a matter of balances between the contrast, the background, and the illuminated surface.
No more questions for you. Thank you very much, Mr. Divengendis. Appreciate that. So, thank you. Mr. Dutoit, I think it's now to you.
Marina, before we start, I've been told by a dear friend that I've got what he considers one of the worst accents that he's heard. So if I'm unclear, you're welcome to stop me and I'll repeat myself.
Okay.
I spoke to Mr. Slyfield. I think we've landed on a position in terms of the Section 88A and the activity status. So it's going to remain non-complying under Rule 3.1.5 brackets 1 of the ODP. As a result of some of the quite recent changes, my report is still a little bit in draft format, so I'm going to read off what I've got. I'll make the necessary changes and circulate that to everybody as soon as possible.
Okay, thank
if
you.
that's okay with everybody.
Yes.
I'll skip through a couple of sections, but
just if you could just pause until we get
sorry.
a copy.
The draft conditions that I currently have will be circulated to everybody. We are in agreement with Mr. A.
Okay, so not these ones.
No, these ones can be circulated,
Okay.
but it's not final because
okay.
there's a couple of
That proviso.
Yep.
Semi-final. Okay.
Semi-final.
It's final adjacent.
Okay. All right, thank you. Okay.
Okay. I'll also address the conditions at the end of my report. So for the scope of evidence, the statement covers topics. It was divided into 4 main sections. The first section is the matters raised by the applicant's evidence. The second one is matters raised by the submitters. The third one is other matters, and then I'll deal with the recommended conditions. As stated previously, the matters raised by the applicant is the Section 88A. That's been resolved, as well as the overall activity status being non-complying. I've done a step through the necessary Section 104D assessment, just to at least step through all of the correct processes. On the permitted baseline, I consider the permitted baseline comprising of 3 residential units, subject to a coverage of 50% on the net site area, and a maximum height of 12 metres, set back 1.5 metres away from the side boundary. On the existing title would, in my opinion, not be considered fanciful. And then for the matters raised by the submitters, the public participation, the concerned citizens raised a comment or concern about the public participation or the awareness of the application. I can confirm that the application was advertised in line with requirements in the Kapimana News and on the Porirua City website. 131 persons or entities were served direct notice as affected persons under 95B. 34 of which were served by way of letter drop when the emails weren't delivered successfully. And the PCC Have Your Say portal for this particular application registered just over 4,500 visits between the 23rd of July and 20th of August. At the close of the submission period, a total of 431 submissions were received by Council, and the temple also featured prominently in at least 3 articles that I'm aware of, published in the Post on the 8th of August, 15th of September, and then in the Kapimana News on the 13th of August. On economic benefits were noted by several of the submitters in support of the development. Whilst I do not dispute this, it needs to be acknowledged that a residential development of the site will also bring its own economic benefits during the construction and operational phases. And further to that, an increase in the population will also result in trickle-down effects on the wider economy. The residential or several submitters also mentioned that the area needs to be reserved or used for residential purposes, and questioned whether or not the church belongs in the suburban area. The medium density residential zone is not exclusively for residential purposes, and certain uses such as papakainga, healthcare, commercial and industrial activities can be exercised as either permitted activities, or resource consent can be applied for as restricted discretionary or non-complying activities under the rules in the zone. Policy RESZ Policy 11 also makes provision for non-residential activities, which implies that it is something envisioned in that specific zone. There's also seems to be a bit of a misconception that district plan standards represent a hard line in the sand, or a point beyond which no further advance can be accepted or made. This is not the case, since councils issue resource consents daily to applicants who applied for contraventions of these permitted activity standards. Some of the submitters also questioned why the particular use can be considered a community-based one. The specific wording community facility is appropriate for this specific development as a result of Rule NDRS R21, community facility excluding healthcare facility activities and hospitals. The proposed district plan defines community facility as means lands and buildings used by members of the community for recreational, sporting, cultural, safety, health, welfare, or worship purposes. It includes provisions for any ancillary activity that assists with the operation of the community facility. A number of submitters also mentioned the church and the Christmas light display at the Hamilton Temple. I would just like to state that such activity will require resource consent as a discretionary activity under Sign Rule 12 and cannot be done without council's approval. Gia Homestead, Ms. Gooden mentioned concerns of the effects on Gia Homestead. Gia Homestead is vested as a recreational reserve under the Reserves Act, and Porirua City Parks and City Services act as guardian of Gia Homestead and have been involved from the inception of the project and hasn't identified any effects that would cause concern for them. In terms of the height, Ms. Gooden, the concerned residents, Mr. Napier and Mr. Winter all had concerns about the height of the temple building. The height of the temple building is considered in general accordance with the residential policy 7-4, in my opinion, which specifically addresses the visual dominance, shading and loss of privacy of adjacent residential sites from overheight buildings. This is in part because of the setback of the temple from the closest residential units. I think, if memory serves me correct, Mr. McDonald and potentially Mr. Gray did address those issues as well. And then to go back to my report, Mr. McDonald also confirmed that the perceived height and bulk are influenced less by the towers and more by the temple's central and lateral volume. And then with regard to residential policy 8-1, I consider that the perceived volume of the two towers would be acceptable. However, it is acknowledged that both Mr. Gray and Ms. Smetham are in agreement that the visual effects of the development proposal in the daytime will be at least minor. From the lighting, it needs to be taken into consideration that a development in full compliance with the permitted lighting standards will also result in a change of the amenity values, particularly as the site is currently completely unilluminated, as illustrated in Mr. Napier's photographic submission. But I think it was addressed by my lighting expert a couple of minutes ago as well. And then the vegetation removal was also brought up as an issue of concern this morning. I'd just like to state that the vegetation clearance proposal is to remove 21 mostly non-indigenous trees and replace them with approximately 90 eco-sourced local indigenous trees and shrubs. The Parks and City Services was intimately involved in the assessment of this specific application and volunteered numerous conditions of consent, which the applicant will have to comply with. If the application for the community facility is declined, the applicant is not forced to give effect to the vegetation removal application. And the purpose of the vegetation removal is to facilitate the construction of retaining walls on the applicant's site. So the very reason for being will not be there for the vegetation removal, and if it's declined, then and this specific application will not be given effect to, it will lapse within 5 years in terms of Section 125 of the RMA. Then in terms of other matters, having regard for all of the documentation submitted by the applicant and received from our expert witness, the only lighting standard that will be breached is lighting standard S5, Skyglow. The outdoor artificial lighting permitted standard of upward light ratio of 2% will be breached by 16%. Mr. De Vicentis is of the opinion that the breach of the standard will be less than minor, and having regard to the above, I consider the proposal to be generally inconsistent with light provisions light P2-3, light P2-4, and light P2-5. However, certain recommended conditions have been proposed to control the illumination on site. I consider the artificial lighting effects of the development proposal upon the amenity values will be no more than minor and acceptable. And then in terms of the recommended conditions, having regard to the updated conditions submitted by Mr. A, I accept all proposed amendments except for the following. I do not agree with Mr. A's amended condition 3.1. The word change, sorry, I'm just going to recover. I do not accept recommended change since it's a standard Porirua city template condition that was included. And the applicant's version implies basically the same thing. Condition 3.2, I merely removed the the statement that the condition was pro-offered by the applicant. Condition 3.9n, I added to the end of that sentence, including site rubbish and litter, to ensure that matters which have plagued other construction sites are sufficiently addressed. For 3.11 and 3.12, I just removed the reference to that the condition was pro-offered by the applicant. Condition 5.1.3, sorry, apologies. Condition 5.13, I inserted an advice note that was offered by my expert from Wellington Water as a result of the removal of all of the other ones. Previously confirmed by Mr. A. I've spoken to Mr. A just before we started. I'll have to still address condition 7.1 because currently I'm sort of haven't addressed the comments that was made on Monday. Condition 7.3, I just replaced Mr. Hayes' pro-offered wording with sky glow. Outdoor artificial lighting must not exceed an upward light ratio of 18%. It's just to basically quote the proposed district plan verbatim. Condition 7.4, I inserted the light source color temperatures shall be 3000 Kelvin or less. And 7.5, inserted the car parking horizontal illuminance and the vertical illuminance and the luminous intensity measured at the property boundaries cannot exceed the expected values shown in the lighting calculations. And 7.6, insert, I think that was a repeat, I apologize about that. And condition 8.2c, I removed the template condition because that was intended for bonded planting. And then in my conclusion, I'm sort of exactly where I started with my section 42 report, the one dated the 24th of October, where it's still proposed to be granted as a non-complying activity. And then at the panel's request, I would be happy to work with the applicant's planner on an updated suite of rule and standard non-compliances because I think Commissioner Schofield is not convinced that we've potentially covered all of them.
Ready for questions?
We'll find out.
Okay, so you will circulate your notes immediately
Correct.
after the hearing, if you don't mind. We've taken some notes, but there was a lot of information in there. Just going back to the lighting, you've heard Mr. De Vincentis say that 2% is achievable, whereas your conditions still recommend at 18%, as far as I can see. What's your position on that at the moment?
I'm not too sure if Mr. Lindley and Mr. De Vicentis potentially have to do a sidebar and just find out whether or not they're in agreement in terms of that particular matter, because I don't think I'm putting anything new on the table, but the lighting standards are quite complicated to work through.
Yes, we understand that.
Especially since each standard's got its own different baseline
measurements
where
and things.
it's measured against. So, for instance, just to bring some of it, the fact that 2 lux and 4 lux is almost irrelevant is sort of, it's a nuance that's lost on anybody else working through this except a lighting expert. So if the panel is okay with it, I think the 2 experts would potentially have to agree on potentially a maximum value and sort of almost reverse engineer that one.
Okay, well, we'll probably hear from Mr. Linney shortly. Okay, any questions on the panel? Hello.
It was tricky trying to keep up with you then with the conditions. So I just missed, and I was going by the applicants because that's where all my notes were. I just missed one though. You're talking about. It's escaped me. Just give me a minute.
No,
Maybe
not a problem.
Okay, can I just ask, in terms of the construction management plan and the construction traffic management plan, I'm still a little bit lost as far as I can see. The recommended conditions kind of address the Ministry of Education's concerns, and ditto from the Board of Trustees earlier today. Have you got a response to make in regard to those conditions? Do they address the concerns of the school, basically?
I'll have to just have a look at the ministry's comments, to be honest with you, because these are, as far as I'm aware, Mr. A is welcome to correct me, but the college offered these conditions, or at least the college is okay with the wording that was included under 3.5 and 3.6. But I haven't had a look at the ministry's comments from this morning, to be honest with you, and whether or not that is 100% in line with 3.5 and 3.6.
Okay, right. Thank you.
And just further to that, there was discussion about whether a suitably qualified person should be specifically detailed in those conditions. You haven't given that some thought, or?
I don't have a problem including that as part of the final conditions.
I think there were 2 examples for the inclusion of that.
The lightning one mentioned the qualifier, suitably qualified, and the other one was...
So I found what I was looking for. You talked about site rubbish. What condition did you attach that to?
That specific one was... and it was 3.4 in my hard copy.
Right, thank you.
That was something that the monitoring enforcement officer, once I worked through the conditions, I gave it to him just to have a look at. And he just made the comment that he would like that wording to be included because of issues they had with other sites.
Sure. No, I completely understand the reason. I just missed which condition it was attached to.
Can I just ask, while Commissioner Burge is looking through the conditions, just to go back, you now consider that a permitted baseline of 3 residential units on the site of up to 12.5 metres is non-fencible? Did I pick you up correctly there?
You're correct.
So we had that diagram from Mr. Gray that showed that 50% of the site would be well over 6,000 square metres. So that you divide that by 3, you sort of like 2,500 metre buildings up to 3-storied high. And is that fanciful or non-fanciful?
There's a couple of, initially when I did the calculation, I've got to be honest, I was nudging towards fanciful, and then I had a look at the wider area, and there's actually a couple of single residential stands of 4,500 square meters or bigger. So I can't, based on that, I sort of excluded the fanciful out of my assessment then.
Right. So 4,500 metres of 3-storied high.
If you're allowed to do let's say a controlled subdivision, and you've got 3 individual stands, I think it's not fanciful to have a single residential unit on each of those stands. I know it's not really the permitted baseline, but it was more almost the anticipated development that could potentially happen on that site.
Okay, I understand. Thank you. Okay.
So you've covered a lot of the submitters' concerns, and this is not really a question, it's just a repeat, really. A couple of the were about public participation and being aware of the proposal. So you've clarified that the process that you followed was as set out in Schedule 1. So there was no no deviation from that process.
No.
And the other thing I just wanted to touch on was, which a lot of submitters brought up, was the number of non-compliances with a district plan. I know I tried to have a bit of a discussion with one submitter about that, but it's very difficult for submitters to understand that the number of breaches is not necessarily means that it's inappropriate. It means that there's a higher level of assessment that needs to occur. So it's nature of the beast that we're dealing with, I guess, that it is difficult for people to understand that if there's so many non-compliances, it doesn't mean it's not necessarily appropriate. That you had given us a copy of the resource consent that had been granted for the 21 tree removal, so that was part of our package, so we were aware of that too. So thank you. Yeah.
Can I just ask, the list of current consents that this proposal requires is still as listed in your pages 11 through to wherever it is, 14 on your section 42A report? I mean, you heard my questioning of Mr. Hay about what consents, and there was some discussion around the sign rule, but we'll put that to one side. In terms of all the other consents, that's still an accurate summary in your view?
I was fairly confident of that until you asked Mr. A the question. So I wouldn't mind just going through it with a fine-tooth comb and making 100% sure, but I'm 95% certain all of the breaches, or at least all of the non-compliances, have been dealt with.
Right, okay, thank you.
There's been some reliance on a sort of more medium density type level of development on the site as of course not as a permitted baseline, but as a sort of in practice what might happen. Are you comfortable with that?
It's a bit of a moving target, to be honest with you, because when it was submitted, the permitted baseline was restricted to residential units only. But with the notification of the proposed district plan, there are a number of other uses that could potentially also be exercised on site. But given the location, I'm still confident that the permitted baseline of 3 units is still the appropriate measurement to use as part of the assessment.
Thank you. I'm just seeking what your interpretation. I see that in the policies there's the use of the word adjacent and the use of the word adjoining sites. And for you, what's your understanding of the difference, or if there is a difference between adjacent and adjoining?
My interpretation, and I've got to be honest, as an English second language speaker, I'll have to use that as an excuse, but my interpretation or understanding of adjacent is directly bordering a specific site, and adjoining could be separated by 1 or 2 lots or stands between 2 different properties. So adjoining is close enough to be called almost a neighbour, but not necessarily directly adjoining to or sharing a boundary with it.
So, so a property that, for instance, is 200 metres away and has no common boundary or whatever would be, in your view, would be neither adjoining or adjacent?
It will definitely not be adjacent, and then it depends. Some of the properties in the fjord is that distance, so, but the effects on those properties were considered and was also partly responsible for the application actually being notified to the public. Sorry, I know I'm not answering your question directly, but it's a bit...
Yeah, no, I was wanting, for my own benefit, because I was not sure either, and I mean, yeah, there's some subtle language there, which it's probably more, but thank you for that. And then in terms of the combined effect of the light and the height, because this is where I think it really falls to, you're probably the person that is needing to balance those, because from the lighting perspective is not, there's nothing in there that controls the area that's lit or the height that's lit, and the heighting controls are separate. So just you formed a view about that combined effect.
It is quite a tricky one because the building in itself is considered at least minor in the daytime, and from the experts, the lighting effects or the non-compliance with standard S5 is also considered less than minor. But if you combine the two at night, are you sort of left with a situation where it's still considered less than minor, or does that push it over to a higher threshold? And I've got to be honest, I sort of need to discuss it with the two experts, because I need to wrap my head around, would they be able to get it closer to the 2%, as my expert potentially alluded to, that it might be a possibility, or if not, that 16% breach of that standard, is it similar? What is that a big difference, or is it something that's not really perceivable by the human eye? So I've got to be honest, I know it's a bit of a moving target, but I also sort of just need to wrap my head around whether or not that 16% is that considered a lot or not. And from my expert, the fact that he considers it that it's less than minor puts me at ease that it's not as extreme as non-compliance with potentially with some of the other lighting standards.
Thank you. And finally, and probably a much easier question, with regard to the construction management plan condition and the construction traffic management plan condition, with there being specific conditions requiring the construction traffic management plan, I'm wondering whether 3.4i, which includes the construction traffic management plan within the construction management plan, whether that's redundant now because there's actually specific condition requiring the construction traffic management plan.
I think 3.5 cross-references 3.4. So I'm not 100% sure if Mr. Hay would be agreeable to the removal of that reference.
Okay. Thank you.
No. So if we could just summarise where things are at, you're not. Oops, sorry. I can hear myself. Just to summarise where we're at. So you're not in a position to give us a final recommendation in terms of the effects, level of effects of this, because we are, if we're looking at 104D, we have to have that. Well, we have to look at, give our mind to whether the effects are minor. Doesn't have to be less than minor, but they could be minor. So you will need to come back to us after.
I think Mr. Linney would be a good sidebar for me to have after this, just to find out whether or not he agrees with the statement that
Right.
2%.
Well, we may
could
hear from him
potentially-
very shortly, just to address that point. And the other thing too is the resource consent conditions that you're recommending. You are suggesting that a final, not final adjacent or adjoining, set will be, could come back later following in discussions with Mr. Hay. Okay. Were there any other matters that were outstanding?
No.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Mr. Seifeld. I do have to make a fairly urgent call soon because I have to cancel something. But do you want a moment to...
A moment to confer with Mr. Linney
in
particular, and a little with Mr. Hay, but I can signal that I have in mind that I would give you a reply today. Given Mr. Dutoit's position, it will need to be not the final reply, but I suspect what that will mean is that there may only be one matter that I can't finalise, and it's this lighting sky glow issue, which we just may need a little bit more collaboration to close out or express final positions on. But I think everything else, I'm keen to give you a package and try and wrap things up.
Okay. Well, I propose to adjourn the hearing until 3 o'clock. We'll reconvene at 3 o'clock. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. That's all right. Okay, it's 3 o'clock. The hearing is reconvened. Just before we turn to the applicant for the reply, Commissioner Burge has one final question out of Mr. Dutoit to ask.
Sorry. I was talking to Mr. Hay the other day about his conditions and about the lighting. 7.1, you've referred to condition 7.2. I wondered if 7.3 should also be included in that. Mr. Hay at the time, I think, agreed. So I just wanted to know whether you thought that was appropriate. So it's just really reinforming compliance.
Apologies, just repeat the question.
So I'm referring to condition 7.1, where a certified qualified consultant needs to demonstrate compliance with condition 7.2. So 7.2 refers to the lighting standards, all but S5.
Okay. No.
And I just wondered whether condition 7.3 should be referenced.
In 7.1
Yeah.
as well. Okay.
You agree?
I do.
Thank you.
Would 7.5 potentially also be something that we need to include in 7.1? That the light source color temperature shall be 3,000 Kelvin or less, or is
It could be appropriate, yeah. It's, yeah. I think the applicant has agreed that that would be an appropriate, is it colour, temperature, isn't it? So to confirm that that is what it is.
Okay.
Thank you.
I did have a word with Mr. Callow before, and he indicated that Mr. Dutoit may have something else to say as regards a final position in terms of effects assessment. I'm open to him having that chance now. I'm also open to it coming later. So if it
would be helpful now, I think.
Okay. Thank you. I think in a nutshell, I can confirm to the Commission that obviously if you look at the documentation, it's been confirmed that the building in the daytime is at least minor. Given some of the information that was sort of put on the table in the last 3 days, I'm of the opinion that the building and the lighting, or the whole combination of everything in the nighttime, the effects are less than minor. And there's a couple of things that play into that, including things like the 3,000 Kelvin or less. I can go into more detail, but I think that's sort of the nuts and bolts of it.
So the overall conclusion from you is that, sorry, thanks. So the overall conclusion you're drawing is that the adverse effects are less than minor, or
correct?
No more than minor would be another way.
Less than minor in the nighttime because of the fact that Mr. De Vicentis is very confident that the 18% can be reduced, and even the 18% he considers, or of the opinion that that specific standard breach isn't similar to some of the other lighting standard breaches. So that's also got quite a big part in this.
Right. Okay.
Done. Typically, I've been accused I talk too much.
So just to draw the sentence to a close, so that you, in your view, in terms of the gateway test under 104D?
My 104 test, sorry, I think I skipped, or not skipped through that, but In terms of, I might have to double check some of the policies, but the proposal does not pass through the objectives and policies gateway test under section 104D bracket 1B. However, the development proposal passes through the effects gateway under section 104D bracket 1A. It can still be considered under section 104.
Are you able to take that further and explain why you don't think it passes under the 104D 1B test, which particular objectives and policies it's contrary to?
The specific policies, and I might have to double check this afterwards, but I've been working on the document as the days progress, so I'm fairly confident I've still got the correct ones in here. But the Res P5-1, or sorry, I'm just going to start all over again. Based on the statutory assessment undertaken in the Section 42 recommendation report dated the 24th of October, and taking the information presented at the hearing into consideration, the proposal will, in my opinion, be contrary to Res P5-1, Res P5-2, Res P7-4, Res P11-1, and Light P-3, Light P, sorry, I've got to backtrack a little bit, Light P2-3, Light P2-4, and Light P2-5. I can quickly step through the light policies if you'd like me to expand on that.
So, but that's all outlined in the Section 42A report. So we don't need to necessarily traverse that.
Okay.
Okay. But in any event, you believe that it can pass through the 104D 1A test?
Correct.
Okay.
Some of the provisions that I mentioned in the Section 42 report might fall to the wayside as a result of it's no longer being non-compliant with the Lighting Standard 6, because that one had specific triggers in terms of my assessment of the objectives and policies. So it's a bit truncated, or the list have reduced a little bit compared to the Section 42 report.
Okay. And when you're doing that revisit, remembering that the contrary test means repugnant to the objectives and policies and not just inconsistent with them. So it has to be very inconsistent with them, if you like, rather than necessarily just inconsistent. So that's the kind of test we would be ourselves putting the proposal through. Okay, thank you.
Just to follow on from that, I'm just having a quick flick through your Section 42. You might just want to check that you have actually listed all those policies in your Section 42. And if not, we would just need them. I've just done a quick flick. I could be quite wrong, but there may be a couple missing.
Okay, Mr. Dutoit?
Would it be in order if I confirm the policies after Mr. Slyfield?
When you do that revisit, yeah.
Okay, appreciate it.
We'll talk about timeframes a bit later in terms of timeframes to respond.
Okay.
But yeah, okay.
Thanks.
Mr. Slyfield.
Thank you. That's been very useful up to a point. And what that means is that we will need to reserve some opportunity to give you something more after you presumably adjourn rather than close today.
That's right.
But I will try to take off the table all the things that you don't need to hear anything more about. And I'm going to attempt to join the Zoom in order to be able to share a screen with you.
Okay.
Attempt,
Good luck.
Attempt being the main problem.
We'll just turn to Linda if else fails.
Say join with computer audio.
Oh, there's your name. Yep.
Now, I do need to somehow share my screen and get rid of audio. I suspect this may not work.
Okay.
I have joined the Zoom, but on the share option, it doesn't seem to recognise any of the windows that I have open.
We'll just give Linda a moment.
Linda can work some magic.
We have success. Might just want to blow it up a little bit if that won't jeopardise anything. Good, great.
So it's not a fancy PowerPoint, but it is some notes, and it might just save your wrists a little bit. I'll start by just covering off the activity status matter. I have looked at both of those cases that were distributed, the Piaro and Mawhine decisions. I assume you may have had a chance to look at them yourselves, and you'll have seen that they take a different approach. I would say, looking at those two, that the approach in Mawhine seems to be the more reasoned position, and there are reasons given by Judge Jackson in that decision why he does not follow the approach of Judge Newhook from the Piaro decision. You may or may not find Judge Jackson's reasons compelling, but his decision came after, and he said, no, I don't think that's the right way to do it. However, I've also found another decision which I will provide you with a copy of, and I say however with a sigh because it doesn't help. It is a High Court decision, so it's a higher authority, but it came out more or less at the same time as the Mawhine decision, and it doesn't seem that that there was any analysis of the different provisions to the same extent as in the Mawhine decision. And in the process, Justice Gordon, it was, in that Kawo Island decision, he followed the Piro decision. So there is a High Court authority that adopts the Piro approach, and you do need to be aware of that. Ultimately, I land on the position that I think if you look at all those cases together, you can see that it's a state of some confusion in the law and some disagreement even between judges, and that the most sensible thing to do is to take the most conservative approach here and apply non-complying status. We've worked to non-complying, and the applicant, of course, is thereby accepting the risk that you might reach a conclusion that for some reason it doesn't pass the non-complying thresholds. But that's that's the applicant's position on activity status.
Okay, thank you.
The second topic here on this first page is economics, and I won't dwell on this for a long time. It has been said by some of the submitters you've heard from that it's guesswork and supposition, what you've been offered. That is disputed by the applicant. You've heard from a large number of submitters who, in my submission, have given you a rational basis to presume there will be some amount of economic benefit from the proposal. I think the more important point here is the applicant has deliberately not sought to quantify what that is, and that's because the applicant is not relying heavily on an economic benefit to justify the grant of consent. This is not a case where there are significant adverse effects that need to be outweighed by some positive effect. We're simply not in that territory from the applicant's perspective. So you don't have an economist, but in my submission you do have information that would allow you to reach a reasonable conclusion that there will be some economic gain if the project goes ahead, and that's both at the construction phase and when the temple is operating. The next topic I wanted to touch on is there was a persistent theme in the submissions, those who attended the hearing, about the need for the temple. Many submitters arguing that the applicant cannot or has not demonstrated that the project is needed. And can I preface this by saying I don't mean any disrespect to the commissioners by engaging with this subject matter. There is a need, I think, to have some of these things said in order to be seen to respond to what submitters have raised, but I'm not for a minute thinking that you would reach any different view whether I said these things aloud in this forum or not. So from an RMA perspective, this question of need is an irrelevant consideration. And I was going to draw an analogy with a commercial project where you're probably familiar with the phrase that the Environment Court trots out, that questions of viability are for the boardroom, not the courtroom. And I say that's equivalent here, where it's not really for the consenting authority to judge whether a temple is needed by the church. That is a matter for the church, and the appropriate focus for the consenting authority is on effects management in accordance with the RMA. I've also said here this is in one sense at least another it's in another alternatives argument in a different guise. There's an implication with this need argument that the applicant is required to show its proposal is the best use of the site. And I think we Mr. Dutoit touched on this a little when he gave his comments too, observing that, well, there would be economic benefits from a residential use as well. And I don't think anyone could reasonably dispute that. It's still not the right comparison, because it's not a question of what other uses the site could be put to. It's a question of what is the site being put to now, and what is it proposed to be put to, and that's the only relevant comparison. Related to that is the next heading, even if the temple is needed, why is it needed here? And you had some submitters saying to you that it was necessary to really displace other alternatives, and again, it won't surprise you to hear me say that that's not a relevant consideration. It is simply not necessary in an RMA consent process to show that this is the best place for the project. And similarly, the argument that this should have been a plan change, I go a bit further on this one, because I think what we've seen play out in this consent application and all of the assessments is that it really brings you to the same assessment whether you proceed by way of plan change or by resource consent. There's no sense in which the applicant is, by seeking consent, avoiding a full and proper assessment of the project. And I'm not sure what the current thinking is on spot zoning, but it would be unusual in my submission for a project of this scale to proceed by way of a plan change. I do need to touch on the comments that were made by submitters regarding the church's doctrine. And I want to be very clear that this applies across a whole range of submissions, not just the most extreme of those that you heard, which was, of course, Mr. Watson's submission. He submitted to you that the church promotes a fundamental false doctrine. We had, sitting within what I would describe as the more middle of the range, we had a submission from Mr. Winter, which was opposition to the church's doctrines on marriage. And then we had, I think, a very genuine expression from Mr. Napier of agnosticism. And I simply say none of that's relevant. It doesn't matter whether you are at the extreme mild or agnostic end of the spectrum. This is not a place for resolving differences of belief, and that's as true of the agnostic end of the spectrum as it is of the more fundamental end of the spectrum. The other thing I would say about that is in no sense does a grant of consent act as an endorsement of the doctrines of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. So in my submission, you can put all of that to one side. Clearly a critical matter across most of the submissions in opposition is this question of aesthetics and visual amenity. You heard quite a few references from submitters over the course of yesterday about the various covenants that bind them on their properties within the Aotea block. Those, I submit, are not relevant. They don't apply to this site. I well understand that they are binding on them, but there is a degree of misunderstanding, I think, apparent in those submissions about why it is that they are bound and others are not. The other thing that I think has come through extremely strongly in submissions both for and against the proposal is that aesthetic perspectives differ hugely. You've heard from some submitters who are supportive of the proposal, for whom the site of the temple will bring enormous joy and a sense of calm and peace, and others who clearly will be, my term, probably offended by the sight of the building. I don't think anybody used that term, but I think that's somewhat where some of those submitters landed. And I think the appropriate response to that is simply to acknowledge that those are all perspectives that people have, and they all held those, I think, genuinely and sincerely. But inescapably, you have in front of you a range of expert assessments, particularly from Mr. Gray, Mr. MacDonald and Ms. Smetham, and all of those acknowledge the scale and the obvious visibility of the temple building, and all of them support the grant of consent. And I'm not going to labour what it is that they have said to you, particularly in light of, I think, the very clear presentations you had from Mr. MacDonald and Mr. Gray earlier today. But in my submission, it is really to those expert assessments that you ought to look the most, without disregarding what submitters have said, for guidance in terms of how to assess the application. I think one of the things you will see when you look at all of those is how relevant context is. And I particularly, I don't mean to take you to the materials now, but I've referred to them here because I think it's very instructive if you were to take the set of photographs that Mr. Napier provided from his property, which of course, now that I've said, I can't even find my set. Mr. Napier is number 357. It wasn't in his original written submission. It was his hand.
No.
Oh, 357, I think, is.
I have them. He said gloatingly.
And so he had a set of images which were taken from his property. He said that I think the first three, which are at different times of day going through dusk into night, were taken from the library upstairs, and then he's got another one from the street outside. Mm-hmm. I was simply going to ask you to very carefully look at his third photo, which is his nighttime image from the library, mm-hmm. and to compare that with the visual simulation that you have from Mr. Blair, which is from more or less the same location. It's the simulation. You may not have these in hard copy. I think this is an exercise that you may find easier to do in your own time, but it's viewpoint 4, and Mr. Blair has a sequence of viewpoint 4 images which go from daytime to begin with through to nighttime, and he enlarges the central portion of the image. So it's really the very last mm-hmm. image of viewpoint 4. Mm-hmm. And there are a couple of things to draw your attention to. And I think one of them is that you actually have a point of, I think, ready agreement between submitters and experts that photography, by and large, exaggerates the influence of existing lighting. That whether you look at Mr. Napier's image or whether you look at Mr. Blair's image, which is, of course, built up on an existing photograph, you can see with lights that actually exist, the camera lens captures an amount of flare, and that even Mr. Blair, who is an experienced person in preparing visual simulations of this sort, he can't eliminate the flare that you get from the camera lens. So you do get an exaggeration from a photograph of what existing lighting will be. And what I say is therefore important to recall when you look at Mr. Blair's simulation is that all of the existing lights in that image are the result of photography. The light that you can see on the temple, of course, is not. It's the result of very carefully constructed computer modelling of what the temple will look like, geolocated according to survey reference points, and lit up according to all of the information that Mr. Linney's lighting plan provides, including the data files from the various lighting manufacturers. So I don't think anybody put it this way, but I think one of the things that happens when you look at these visual sims is it's very easy to form a view that they are downplaying the effects of lighting of the temple in some fashion, because there is not the degree of flaring going on around the temple that is apparent from the street lighting or other lights in the background. And all I really wanted to do was say to you, that's merely the artifact of the way in which these are put together, with an underlying photograph and a simulated image of the temple. It does not in any way lessen the realism of the temple image that you get. If anything, what happens with a visual simulation like this is it is overstating the degree of impact that some of the existing lighting may have from the background or from the ambient surroundings. So I submit to you that you can put a degree of reliance on visual simulations of this sort, and that the way in which the temple is portrayed in those is as good as it gets for this type of work. And having said all of that, I think all of the experts you've heard from have in fact said these are but a tool for the purposes of the visual effects assessment. They're only one of the tools in the tool chest, if I can put it that way. Now, the next point I've got on this page is responding to the submissions from the Mix, who you heard from yesterday. They said when they were submitting that it's not just the spires or the overall size of the building. Even if those were lessened, they would still object to the style of the building. And I've paraphrased that they expressed the site as being lost by the community. I've asked the rhetorical question, what is the basis for this view? Because there are a number of reasons behind it, it seems to me. One is that the site has been, factually, it's been undeveloped for a long period of time. People have gotten used to it being a greenfield site, and I think some you've heard from today were surprised to learn that it was in fact privately owned. The second is that other parts of Aotea have been constrained by design covenants, and there's a sense of inequality, I think, coming through some of the submitters as a result of what's perceived to be not good for the goose, good for the gander, but this rather unequal approach between their constraints and some freedom that's being allowed to the church. And the third is that the district plan somehow precludes a large religious building within the medium density residential zone. What I've said there is I don't think any of those, if they are indeed the basis for this feeling that the site is being lost, is a proper basis for that. The site is inescapably privately owned. It is eminently developable. It is not covenanted in the same way as the Aotea block properties are. And importantly, in my submission, what the district plan calls for when thinking about non-residential development within this medium residential zoning is compatibility. And that's a term that you'll recall Mr. Hay had some views on, which he's already expressed to you. It's not duplication, it's not more of the same, which I think is probably the outcome that the Mix indicated they would support, more housing akin to the Aotea housing. And it's not even similarity, it's compatibility, which is a standard that Mr. MacDonald also referred to when he gave you his views this morning, ultimately concluding that it was compatible with the residential environment that it's proposed to sit in. Related to this, the Mix presented you with a survey, and despite the amount of work that went into that, in my submission, it should be given little weight. Unfortunately, the results of that survey inescapably again are second-hand. it's information coming from respondents to the survey who are not submitters and therefore haven't been in front of you with an ability to answer any questions you might have for them or clarify what their areas of concern are. Now, I'm sure the mix would say, well, the comments they made are very clear, and I don't dispute that. But I think that brings me to the second and probably more important of the 2 points, which is it seems from the answers they gave you that the respondents to the survey did not have access to all of the information that is relevant to forming a view that is the information now before you. They may or may not have seen the application documents online. What they were given as part of the survey information was an image taken from the application, so it's not the other image that I think Mr. Gray has quite correctly observed as an inaccurate image, that the mixed table, but they took another image from the application, they gave that to survey respondents, and if that is all they saw, then it really doesn't help you very much to have them react to a single image of that sort. I would also say on this same topic, there was a lot of criticism of the way Council has disseminated information to the public as part of this exercise. And if anything, I have the opposite view, because as you may have picked up, not only was the application publicly notified in the normal way and in accordance with all of the statutory requirements, the Council, in my submission very unusually, then decided to also limited notify on top of public notification and sent out notices to, I think Mr. Dutoit's report says 131 parties. So that, to my way of thinking, is a very belts and braces approach that the Council took. And I can't say why it is that people only found out lately or close to the end date for submissions, but I don't think there can be any fault laid at the doorstep of the Council in that regard. I've saved the best till last, which is lighting, and I'll talk about everything other than sky glow, I think, or I'll attempt to. Standard S6, the illumination standard, the illumination of the facade, is the first topic. And it needs to be emphasised that the applicant's view that it will comply with standard S6 is based on assumptions and it's based on modelling. Those include things like the assumed reflectivity value of the sandblasted granite that's going to be used on the facade of the building. You'll have probably seen from the papers tabled by Mr. Blair that a reflectance value of 0.33 was assumed, and I think you heard from Mr. De Vincentis that he's used a rather different value when he was thinking about what the illumination would be. What's important about that is to recognise that although this produces a figure of 4.1 candelas per square metre as an average, the applicant cannot guarantee that outcome. What the applicant is prepared to guarantee, based on the technical information that it has been given through Mr. Linney predominantly, is that it will comply with the standard, which is 10 candelas. And of course, you've also now heard from Mr. De Vincentis that that is both a reasonable and acceptable standard of compliance, even taking into account all of the context of the site. So I don't think there is much for you to resolve on that, but I did want to emphasise that from the applicant's perspective, any lessening through the conditions that required the applicant to comply with a lower level, such as 4.1, is not something that the applicant is able to offer or indeed could be confident that it could live with. Second point is responding to the submission that Mr. Winter gave, where he expressed a concern that I think is expressed by others as well, so I didn't mean to single him out in particular, but his as an example. He suggested that the lighting could be changed later without a full or proper RMA hearing. The answer to that is that any change in the future to the lighting that is proposed now would have to be the subject of re-evaluation. That could take one of two forms. It could either be a fresh application, a standalone application, or it could be a variation application under Section 127. In light of, let's take the lesser of those two, because I think that's probably, if people knew enough about RMA, they'd say, well, that's where I'm worried. I'm worried that you're going to slip something through as a variation later. That seems to go on all the time. You get a process like this runs and I have my say, and then you come along and you tinker with it all and it's just kept between you and council officers. The answer to that is, in light of the public notification that has happened as part of this procedure and the degree of opposition that has raised concerns about lighting, it is inconceivable, I submit, that a variation application would be non-notified. Now, you'll appreciate there's a degree of prediction in that submission, but I don't think that's putting it too far, given how much focus there has been on the lighting issue. I maintain that if the church were to bring an application under 127 to increase the lighting, for example, beyond 10 p.m, it is inconceivable that the council would process that on a non-notified basis. They have fully publicly notified this application and layered limited notice on top of that, and they've received an abundance of submissions in concern about the lighting. I think that would be the guideline, and they would go back and it would be more or less a repeat of this process. So I don't think there is legs to that concern. Christmas lighting, we agree with Mr. Dutoy, it would need a consent. So same goes for that, and I don't really need to dwell on that. I think that only leaves the sky glow issue. I don't want to attempt to close that out today, because what I have learned since Mr. De Vincentis presented to you is yet more technical things that I didn't previously know about lighting. I'm hesitant to put those yet more technical things in front of you, because I think what would be better is for Mr. Linney and Mr. De Vincentis to see if they can actually reach a final position on whether it can or can't comply with the Sky Glow standard. Mr. Linney's view at the present time is it can't, unless you apply a very particular way of interpreting how you measure the light. And so that conversation really needs to play out between the lighting experts and see where they land. And if that were to occur, then my suggestion would be that Mr. Du Toit would take that into account, Mr. Hay would take that into account, and you would get some further expression of all of those individuals' positions based on where that conversation has landed. The other point to make is just in regards to conditions generally, other conditions, not lighting. We've tried to keep up with Mr. Du Toit's changes. We think many of them are probably agreeable. There may be one or two that aren't agreeable. Rather than try to give you another iteration on the other iterations, I think it will be more helpful to you if we get Mr. Du Toit to provide us with his final set. He and Mr. Hay can put their heads together and see whether they agree on that also, and then there can be one final position expressed by each, if that's indeed necessary, or a joint position for that matter. There has been a lot of other things covered in the hearing, so I haven't touched on everything, but I think I've touched on the things that in my submission are the most important for you to hear from me on. I'm very happy to answer questions on any other things that are at large in your minds individually and collectively.
Okay. Any questions for Mr. Slyfield? There's a lot of thinking going on here, I can tell. Do you have any questions? No, I don't. Okay.
I don't think I have any questions at this stage. I was just flicking back to Mr. Tutoi's sum up, if you like, just to. I think in the round you've covered those things anyway.
Yes, I agree. So, Mr. Slyford, and probably I'll open it up too, just in terms of timeframes and things like that, we need to consider. So, what I'm thinking about is that some sort of either agreed set of recommended conditions on the basis that consent would be granted. Also, if they can't get full agreement, some sort of joint statement around that. It could be fairly simple around don't agree on this point because blah, 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 blah. So that's the first step as I see it. And at that same time, Mr. Linney and Mr. De Vincentis could get together and do a similar thing, not conditions, obviously, but a joint statement.
Yes.
Joint witness statement, and get some agreement on that. Then after that, I think it's due for Mr. Dutoit to just make a final statement of his position and his recommendation.
Yes.
And then obviously it will be back to the applicant to have that final reply. So that's the steps. And at that point, we would then take on board all the information we've got from submissions, from evidence, etc., and make a decision whether to close the hearing or not at that point. Hopefully that's all within the next little while. So timeframes, did you get a chance to think about timeframes?
We did, but given they involve collaboration and Mr. De Vincentis wasn't available immediately to us, I'm just a bit hesitant to put something too onerous on him. I know that Mr. Linney is available and I can volunteer him to spend every minute of the next few days having that conversation, but we're really just in his and Mr. De Vincentis' hands in terms of that. But I don't think we need long, can I say that? And certainly Mr. Linney and Mr. Hay will be putting as much time into this to just bring it to a conclusion as quickly as we can.
Possible. So talking in week blocks, is that 1 week or 2 weeks for that first thing? And that's also including Mr. Dutoit to get together with Mr. Hay around the consent conditions and things.
My sense would be if we set end of next week, that gives us a week and a half, more or less. And that should be adequate. If there was any issue with that, we could collectively come back to you and indicate what additional time was needed.
For the purposes of setting out directions after this hearing, then I'll go for end of next week.
Yes.
Whatever day that is. 30th, is it? 29th. Mr. Dutoit, do you think once that's done, would you be in a position then to also issue a sort of final statement of position?
I will circulate the draft condition or the current final adjacent conditions to Mr. A before 5 o'clock today. So I think the conditions won't take very long. And then as regard to my statement, I just need to do one or two cleanups in terms of the Section 88A and the overall activity status, but
Okay.
I'm confident that I will be in a position to circulate this to everybody before the end of this week.
Okay. And that's a final position statement, right? That's notwithstanding that we may not have a final joint witness statement from the lighting experts. Okay.
Sorry, Mr. Chair. When I said end of next week, I actually had in mind everything.
Everything.
I was
Okay.
somewhat speaking on Mr. Dutoit's behalf. And he's
confirmed
he's
it.
doing things by 5 p.m. today, so I mean he's ahead of the game. I think probably Mr. Linney and Mr. De Vincentis only need a matter of days,
right,
to have their conversation.
Yep.
Probably only take a matter of minutes to have the conversation, and just a matter of days to work out what the differences are. So, end of next week, perhaps rather than dictating each individual step,
right,
there could just be a list of things that are to happen, and it all has to happen by the end of next week.
The only question I would have is if you want to reserve the right to reply if depending on Mr. Dutoit's final landing on his review.
Well, obviously, I'd like more time. I don't think anyone else should get it.
So that's what I was thinking of in terms of everything by the 29th of...
Look, I don't think there's going to be... I'm not anticipating a big left turn from here. He's expressed the view to you already that in his view we pass one of the gateways, so the only real point of difference is on the other gateway test. And I think you'll find that I would just rely on the evidence you've already been given by Mr. Hay on that point. So I don't think there's a big exercise in terms of responding to what his position is.
Okay, but on the basis of what if you still reserve that right to reply if there's some sort of...
Yes, I think you do need I think you do need a reply.
Yeah.
But I don't think we need more than a day with Mr. Dutoit's view to put something together and file it.
Okay. Okay. Right. Any questions or points of procedures from the panel? No. Okay. Well, on that basis, I will try and issue just a minute tomorrow, set those directions out. And on that basis, we'll adjourn the hearing for today until that process has been completed. And as I said, we will then reconvene and hopefully close the hearing at that point.
Yes.
Or issue some further information and directions. So thank you very much. So thank you to everybody for participating in the hearing. Much appreciated. I've kind of forgot to say, but I do want to thank all the submitters for coordinating, and I mean submitters for and against, for their cooperation and working together. That's been very helpful to run an efficient but still useful hearing process. So I do want to express that, particularly if people are still watching live streaming. So on that point, I will adjourn the hearing. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.